Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series ahead of a double dose of darts here on Thursday. Group B gets underway this evening. That is after Group A was completed earlier on in the week and won by the Cube Rennie Idams. But this afternoon, it's Group C, and here is who's going to be in action. Tom Becker will be hoping to return to Monday's form when he won 3 of his first 4 matches. He then lost 11 on the spin in Group A, so we'll be grateful of a reset for Group C. Fellow Luxembourg lobber Jim Meyer enjoyed a better Group A campaign. The ADC Europe rep got 7 wins from his 15 games on debut. Adam Mould joins Group C with pedigree. He was the first weekly winner of 2023 and reached a series semi-finals on a Champions Week that included a win against a triumphant Raymond Smith. Nuneaton's Chris Wickenden won half of his games when he was last here and could challenge for a finals night's place if he can improve on that. John Worsley was second favourite to win the entire week this week before a dart was thrown. But after a close race in Group A, the Womble finds himself in Group C. Is he the man to beat? Yeah, Rob Grundy as well, the 6th player in the group. He is here on debut. And joining me to talk you through some of the action and in comms with Henry Deacon today, Phil Bars. Phil, welcome back. Yeah, we'll start with Robert Grundy because he is a new name, but he's been doing decent stuff on the Challenge Tour and even the Pro Tour, hasn't he? Yeah,
got a call up to Players Championship 13 where he did okay, but it's also on the ADC circuit that he's making his mark, 7th overall on their order of merit, averaging just over the 84 mark for the whole tournament, which is very, very good. So I'm looking forward to see how he gets on here. Obviously, debut can be difficult, but again, looking through his stats and all his numbers, had a good season for Cleveland A as well. So there's a player in there, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we do have Group B tonight as well, so we'll just show you the group breakdown for the rest of the week. Rennie Idams through as the winner of what was a really thrilling Group A, in fact. And then tonight, Darren Johnson, Daryl Pilgrim and Martin Turner joining 2nd and 3rd in Group A, Steve Brown and Davy Kerwin. But focusing on Group C, who really stands out there for you as the main contenders to progress?
I think it's a real intriguing group because obviously the ones that have played here already know what it's like. John Worsley has work to do. We haven't seen anywhere near his A game and what he's capable of. But I'd go back to those ADC order of merits and their open series. Chris Wickenden has won an event. Adam Mould has won an event. And of course, Adam Mould has won a week here as well. So there's loads of pedigree in this group. I think this could go right down to the wire. We could be here this time tomorrow with the abacuses out.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the betting then and see how the bookies see it. Of course, John Worsley, he was 2nd favourite for the entire week before a dart was thrown. To be fair to him, despite not seeing the best of him, he could have still won Group A, couldn't he? Ended up in Group C, so you can understand why they've made him favourite.
Absolutely. Like we said, he had the pedigree. Yes, he didn't show his best, but he had opportunities, and I think he will carve those opportunities out again in Group C. It's this time, can he take them? But 5-1, Chris Wickenden, with the form he's in, looks tempting.
Yeah, some value there, and it looks like they're not quite sure about who would join John Worsley if they are sort of certain he will get through. In terms of trying to get a little bit of value for you at home, we have put together our bet builder here for the Super Series. This is a compilation of the most popular bets on the exchanges. What do you think of that, Phil?
Yeah, look, John Worsley, I can make the case for him winning. Obviously, Rob's here on debut, so there may be a few nerves today, so I can see that one. Wickenden against Meyer. Meyer was good yesterday, so that may be slightly dodgy if he can continue that form. But look, Chris Wickenden has pedigree, as we said earlier. And in the handicap one, I like that. Look, Becker hasn't shown anywhere near the capabilities that got him here and what he's done in Luxembourg. So I can see that one minus 1.5 as well. And just over 4.5-1 looks good value.
And it's a bit of an ADC heavy group as well, isn't it? In fact, if Steve Brown had fallen into this group, you'd have had the boss of the ADC, the regional director in Adam Mould, and then 2 players who've been doing well in it, plus 2 ADC Europe reps. So it just shows that the amateur dart circuit is working.
Just shows the process works, and it's something that has been crying out for years. And look, Steve Brown doesn't normally get it wrong. the JDC is there for a reason and has stood the test of time, and I'm sure the ADC will do the same because the foundations are the same. It's about the players and about doing the right things and rewarding those players for those things.
Well, Adam Mould, as we said, a regional director for the area you are here in the southeast. He's about to get his campaign underway against one of the ADC Europe reps. That's Tom Becker, who's lost his last 11 matches. He's looking to put things right. So without further ado, let's get the action underway with Henry Deacon in commentary.
Very good afternoon, Chris. Very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to Thursday afternoon at the MODUS Super Series, which means the beginning of Group C. And after the Cube solved the puzzle in Group A yesterday, we're going to find out the next two that are going to progress their way through to Saturday night's finale. A Saturday night finale is something that Adam Mould knows about all too well. A former winner. Week 9 of Series 2 as his successful campaign. He then made it through to Champions Night, where he made it through to the semi-finals at the Super Series. As for Tom Becker, on debut, there were some encouraging signs on day one. He won 3 out of his first 4 fixtures.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
But then from there, it has all gone south. 11 consecutive defeats for the Luxembourgian international. Justin Bradshaw is your referee for the action over the course of the next 15 games or so.
47.
And it's been, well, quite the few months for Adam Mould, both on and off the hockey. Recently appointed regional director in the Southeast ADC region, but on the board as well. He's made a few kicks in terms of his career.
24.
Winning that week here has been a real springboard for him to really push on. Really successful in the ADC circuit. Since we've last seen him, has signed a deal with a leading manufacturer, which is a big moment in any player's career. Phil Bars is alongside me in the commentator box. Hello, Phil.
Good afternoon, Henry, and welcome along everyone here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
60.
And you touched on Adam Mould signing for a major manufacturer. That was the first question I asked him this morning. Are they new equipment or are they old? And he said still with the old at the moment.
Mould with the old. Mind you, mould does usually mean it's old.
Yeah, we were chatting with Murph up on the balcony.
41.
And we've got 3 of the top 7 on the ADC order of merit here in Group C. So plenty of pedigree, and they're all winning titles.
And this is the important thing.
100.
They know how to win. And when you know how to win, you have that feeling of confidence. And so, particularly for someone like Tom Becker, who starts 11 in a row, you're going into a practice against people that know how to win things.
Adam, you require 121.
Yeah, we saw it with Adam Atkinson. You just need to end that streak. And when he came back for his second opportunity in Group C, he broke the streak, and you could see
53.
that instant relief of pressure off his shoulders. He looked like a different person after losing, I think it was 24 out of 25. And then he went on and we saw glimpses of the brilliance again. So it's important that he breaks this losing streak early here in Group C.
123.
But
Adam, you require 68.
Adam Mould is going to get first go here at 68. Down for the 16 area. And it's 16 for double.
Game shot.
And that is clinical from Adam Mould. He takes the opener in 18. And more impressively, the finishing
second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
It looked comfortable, it looked controlled, but there were huge problems ahead for Tom Becker. Didn't really get out of the gate in that leg right until the very last.
140.
Although that is a more promising sign at the beginning of leg 2.
First start, not where he wanted it, so
39.
runs for cover, but can't find it. Tom Becker's got one of those, what we call very laid-back lobby throws. When it's on, it can be very effective, but when it's slightly off, the radar goes missing. That first start looks absolutely plumb. The only surprise is another one didn't join it.
And this is what you mentioned about the difference of the two players' throws. There's a very much a laissez-faire style towards the action of Tom Becker. But when we see Adam Mould return to the hockey, he throws with
45.
A fair bit of ferocity.
Again, above the treble.
60.
Disappointed with that one. The way the first start was. Can Becker find the treble?
60.
No is the answer. So the door is open here for Mould, but he's going to have to be clever with his canting. Look, it's not hit the target, but I'm pleased he's gone to the 18 region first. Yes, the radar was off,
81.
but at least the mathematical brain is working.
Either that or it was a really bad dart for the 20.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll say he knew what he was doing.
$60.
Does leave a finish, but it's a big one. Adam Mould can put extreme pressure on the Becker throw here in leg 2. Another.
100.
Still down to a more manageable finish.
153.
Unless Becker can produce the 153. It's not going to happen. So Mould coming back for 1-2-1 and a break.
55.
To lead 2-0 and to take full control of this game. And it goes for treble 17. I'm going to get a dart at the ball, and so Becker is back for 98.
57. Tom, you require
It's
98.
It's tricky. Because if you hit the treble 20 with the first dart, it leaves the difficult double 19. But 18s, that was the plan. Treble 18 would have left double 12. It's not going to happen. So Mould coming back for 64 and 2-0.
62. Adam, you require
Similar
64.
combination to that of which one in the first leg. Because it's going to be the 16s corridor again. Well, actually, it's going to be tops.
Game shot on the
Doesn't
second
matter where he
leg.
goes, he
Adam
finds the
Mould.
target. 2-0 Mould, he gets the break.
It's a breaker throw. It's only a 21.
Third leg is Adam to
It's
throw
only a
first.
21 dart.
Game on.
But he won't care about that. It's 2-0. And Becker has work to do. I'm no mind reader, but I don't think he was too happy with dart number 2.
I do wonder in Adam Mould's scenario where
40.
he's mixing both playing and the running and organisation of darts, how to strike that balance right.
140.
I think he's just got to take everything in his stride and see how it goes. But primarily for Adam, it's about playing and hitting those numbers as we get. I love this shot of
78.
the darts just dropping into the board. That almost looks perfect. I think the white, he found the angle. Obviously, we couldn't see it, but because of the pause, he's moved across because of the way dart 2 has hit the fly and just kicked slightly. But this is more like the Adam Mould
Adam, you
that
require
we've
60.
seen 60 after 9 and for 3-0. That's a move right across because of the way his darts stick up. And that's clattered off of the barrel as he comes down for 10s. He doesn't hit.
40.
And we've seen other players, and I think other players are going to have to adapt, learning to throw the flatty, because that was case in point that there wasn't a way past that blocker dart.
Well, we've heard from Owen Bates, who played here a couple of weeks ago, and he was watching Delga, and he said, look, it's a tool to make the bed bigger. It's a tool to make sure you got
Game
more
shot on
terrain
the
out as
third
Mould
leg.
gets a
Adam
13
Mould.
darter and has a 3-0 lead. It's no different to a snooker player playing a
Fourth leg is Tom
positional
to
shot
throw
to make sure that
first.
when
Game
you
on.
pot a red, you put yourself in a better position on the black for the red after.
Yeah, and it's just something that I think more players are going to have to adapt to, because they may only be getting one dart out of double
100.
at the end of these combinations, and that could be the difference come Champions Week between walking away with 20 grand and not.
140. $60.
Mould has gone through the gears here. Another. You just knew
180.
there wasn't ever a doubt. Dart 1 was stood up to attention and saying to the other two, just follow me in.
Just beginning to take things in his stride here, Adam Mould. He hasn't had much by way of opposition
100.
from Tom Becker in this game. 13 darter in the last. He's himself in a handy position here to wrap up a 4-0 victory in, well, next to no time at all.
121.
The average goes over 95 in a group where it could come down to leg difference because there is plenty of pedigree. A 4-0 win is the perfect tonic in Group 1.
It
85.
could well be a group.
you
Group C
require
usually is
60.
one that can be dictated by legs difference. And so this would be the perfect way to kickstart for Adam Mould. It's
Game,
as polished
shot,
as you
and a
get
match.
from
Adam
Mouldy.
Mould.
An 11-dart leg to seal a 4-0 success against Tom Beck of an average of 95.5. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Adam Mould is on the board.
And welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series here on our YouTube channel as we have Game 2 in Group C. And it is Chris Wickenden, the man from Nuneaton, against Jim Mayer. I'm looking forward to seeing Pugs back because he was a little bit unlucky last time he was here. There was spells of very good stuff, but he's gone away on the ADC, playing some really good stuff there on the Challenge Tour as well. So I'm expecting good things from him here across these 2 days.
Well, the last time we saw him, between the previous 2 appearances, he's won one of those ADC Open Series events. Now, when you look at the caliber of players, you look at the caliber of competition that's providing this year,
First leg, it's
that is some
Christopher
achievement to go
first.
and win
Game
one
on.
of them, and it shows that he's in that elite bracket of players outside the PDC tour card system. So what we're going to see from him here, also since you'd last seen him, he's been playing some exhibition darts on some big stages as well. Played at Armageddon a
96.
few weeks ago over in Leicester. So he's had plenty to keep him going.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll only get better from those experiences, sharing a practice
66.
room with those players, sharing the stage with that caliber of player will only improve him as well.
$100.
But yeah, going back to those ADC events are tough to win because the caliber of player that now go to the ADC events is right up there.
95.
So you're no mug if you pick one of them up.
And players are also seeing this as a way of getting into here. This is they feel like their golden ticket. I was speaking to
60.
Jack Main a few weeks ago, and he said he loved the experience here so much that he was making sure he went to every single tournament that was affiliated with this to make sure he came back here.
60.
Yeah, and look, from when we first started, when it was purely invite only, there is now clear pathways for players to get here to the Super Series, which is spurring them on to go to these events like the ADC, the
58.
ADC Europe, the ADC Oceanic as well. There are clear pathways to come and play here on TV regularly at the Super Series.
Potentially the opportunity to play televised darts every single 3 months, which, well, even a couple of years ago, you'd only get one opportunity at the Lakeside in a year to play on TV outside the PDC. There's a lot of players who play in the PDC system that don't get as much time in front of cameras than players do here.
As Wickeden
140.
leaves 50 after 15.
Require 50.
Would be a holder throw in leg 1. 18 for double 16. Going to get 2 at it for 1-0. Is that a good guide?
34.
Over
Jim, you
adjusted.
require 100.
So it was an early break opportunity here for Jim Mayer.
Still a chance, treble 19. Going to get him a dart at tops, and so Wickenden for an opening leg. Cold double 8.
28. Chris, you require 16.
Can't take it. So Wickeden comes back. A little adjustment off of the barrel. Again, over adjusted. Chasing now, double 4.
8.
And
Jim, you require
the scoring
72.
phase was good, but it's now 0 from 5 in this leg.
Mayer's got the chance to pinch it, but he's struggling with the big numbers, and so it's only going to be a dart at the ball.
47. Chris, you require 8.
Can he now find it on his 6th attempt?
James
the
shot on the
answer is
first
yes.
leg. Chris Wickenden.
Wickeden wins the opener. But it wasn't pretty. It could have been so much better.
Second leg is Jim.
However,
first.
it's a hold or
Getting
throw.
on.
Holds a hold, and he's on the board. Wickenden leads 1-0. This one got underway. Chris Wickenden was 8 to 15 with the odds compilers. Jim Mayer was the 11 to 8 outsider.
I think they've got that one right as well, based on what we've seen.
82.
I think our discussions was which Jim Mayer turns up, because if you actually look at his numbers, yesterday his daily average was 85.26. That's nothing too shabby at all. However, that's a 6-point increase of Tuesday, which is 79.1. And now it's on the back of a Monday where he really did struggle. So he's incrementally improving, but we still don't quite know what we're going to get from him.
Yeah, there's an A game in there. We've seen that, but like most, it's all about that B game, and unfortunately, that B game isn't up to scratch at the moment. When it's good, it's very good, but when it's off, it's off. But also, as we saw from his Group A, the throw is there's a lot of moving parts in that. When it's right, it's very good. But with that little stab
96.
of the arm, as we say, it's like when it's off, it's just a little bit. He drags them low, and there's a little bit of shoulder involved.
It's a little bit Wayne Mardle like that action.
58.
Yeah, it's just the way his darts stand up. You have to be above, but under pressure, they were dragging low and blocking. Like that second dart is almost the perfect.
28.
And he runs for cover, but that's where he has to be. If he's missing the treble, it has to be above.
$140. Jim, you
All of a
require
sudden,
156.
Chris Wickeden has applied the pressure. Can't take out the 156.
Chris, you require
121 for Wickeden.
But that 140 for Wickeden for Mayer has completely changed the complexion of this particular finish. And so Mayer is going to come back for double 8 to level us up at 1 apiece.
23. Jim, you require 16.
Come in off of the barrel. It's gone the other side.
No score.
Can't take the opportunity, but Wickeden's
Chris, you
setup
require
play
98.
was nothing short of horrific. He's made an absolute mess of this.
Can he get himself out of trouble? Can't recover the second dart, so Mayer's going to come back for 3 more to level up.
Jim, you require 16.
For one apiece, looking at double eight. That looks a fabulous guide.
Game shot in the second leg.
And
Jim
it was.
Meyer.
We are level, one apiece.
The
Third leg,
players
it's
just
Chris to
warming
throw
up
first. Game
to the
on.
task.
Yeah, two legs, 2 holes to throw. Be interesting to see if
59.
Meyer can carve an opportunity on the wicket and throw.
Well, the thing is, after a couple of legs like this, both players will be
137.
thinking in the back of their mind, we just up it here. We'll feel like we'll carve that opportunity open for yourself. You'll give yourself the chance to take the 2 points.
137.
Yeah, and with this side angle, that's a perfect first start. We can see that when he gets it right, it looks lovely.
180.
Case in point, H.
That's more like the Jim Meyer that we saw yesterday.
Where the wicket and follow through just seems to stop a little bit short.
46.
A little bit stabby.
With the Meyer throw,
100.
everything's got to stand up nicely to attention with the first dart. If it drags below, you'll see him run for cover. If it sits just up above, it's a lovely angle for 140, whereas Wickingtons, even though they sit down, they have a little bit of a kick up.
60. Jim, you
And
require
we
84.
asked, could Jim carve an opportunity? And this is that opportunity. With wicket and not on a finish,
52.
he can set this up to leave double 16, and we'll come back with 3 clear darts for our first break in this game.
$99. Jimmy requires
So
32.
for the break, Meyer wants 32.
Game shot in the
Finds it
third
with
leg.
Plum. He
Jim
breaks Chris
Meyer.
Wickington. He leads 2-1. A much improved leg. 13 darter, that one, to put himself halfway there and to put him in control of the
Fourth
match.
leg, it's Jim to throw first.
And that's
Game on.
exactly what we were talking about, H. It's either A or C, where he holds in 20, breaks in 13. It needs to find
45.
something in and around that middle ground area.
Do you think as well, when you consider the fact that they've come over here and in Luxembourg, perhaps they're not getting the same kind of competition as they would do elsewhere, and that's not a disrespect
80.
to the system out in Luxembourg. The players are improving out there, but sometimes when you're playing in those competitions, you're maybe not pushed as much as you are here, and sometimes you can have that
97.
inconsistency because of that.
Yeah, quite possibly, but then also, for me, that's down to a player's mentality where if you're not getting the competitive gameplay that you need and you desire to get to where
100.
you need to be, sometimes you have to go and travel a little bit further and go out of your comfort zone and out of your pond and jump into another one to try and do it and try and better yourself to get that
140.
experience. And look, I don't know what his circumstances are, whether he can travel or whatever, but if you want to get to that next level and that isn't available to you, you have to make it available.
140.
I'm speaking to John Locke, and both him and Tom are looking to travel a bit further out when the ADC tournaments in Europe really do
100.
begin to take off. I'm going to play against players from the likes of the Netherlands and Belgium over the next few months. You've got some qualifiers from the ADC Europe in the next phase. Klassen winning
100. Jimmy require
one of those particular
119.
tournaments as Meyer looks for this 119 to lead 3-1, but Wickington has had a decent leg against the dart, so this may well have to go. It doesn't, and so Wickington's back for 81.
99. Chris, you require
Is he a
81.
19s or 15s man in this situation? Looks like 19s from his eye line. 12 for the ball. Bullseye to break back.
56.
Can't take it.
Jimmy
So
require
Jim
20.
Meyer now has the opportunity for daylight. He's
10.
overcompensated.
Chris, you require 25.
Big opportunity missed there for Meyer. Wickenden pins the 9. Now has 2 at double 8. Steps back. Composes. For most people, that would be a bad dart, but the way he's sitting, that
17.
might have been actually a good one, but he can't use the
Jimmy
lie.
require 10.
And once again, we have a little bit of a scrap when it comes to the finishing.
No
And
score.
Mayer misses the big number, and usually that's the
Chris, you
hardest
require
one of the
8.
combination.
Yeah, and so far, Wickerden's missed 8 darts at double in this match. Harry needs
Game
one
shot on
now
the fourth leg.
and
Chris
finds one.
Wickenden.
Wickerden levels up.
This has been a fairly
Fifth leg
attritional
is Chris
battle
to throw
so far.
first.
Both players,
Game on.
well, with the exception of that, I think for Jim Meyer, it's been a bit of a scrap.
$45.
Just feel both are just on the cusp of playing well here. We've seen moments of brilliance.
121.
But both can't find consistency right now. I'm surprised he stayed there with
97.
dart 2. The way they sit there, that was the worst dart possible. The one above the treble. And I was surprised he tried to force one through.
Well, effectively, he's got nothing of the big to aim at
86.
because it's drooping so low, you can't see anything.
No, you're just hoping that it clips the flight on the way in or finds a way past the flight.
60.
You're playing dodgem darts at that point.
Yeah, we see Johnny Clayton's one of the best in the world in that because his darts sit flat, but he has this unique ability to be able to
45.
go under or over. Of
59.
course, all eyes on the famous Winter Gardens for the next 10 days as the World Match Play gets underway and the Ferret will be involved.
59.
Going to be a tournament full of intrigue. The tournament where it looks like a green machine may have pried his best form out for.
If you'd have asked me a week ago, could he win it? I didn't think he could.
100.
Never write the man off because it was vintage in Poland.
He played okay, didn't he?
Did all right.
This is all right.
140. Chris, you require
And he's
140.
potentially carved open the break of throw chance again if Wickenden cannot take out the 140, which he's not. And so Meyer for 3-2 and then to have the darts to win the match.
60.
The way both players
Jimmy
have been doubling
require
though in this
50.
game. I'm not sure if it's a chance.
There's opportunity knock.
Game shot on
Yes,
the
is
fifth
the
leg.
answer.
Jim Meyer.
17 darter, break of throw for Jim Myers. It just squeezes into the bottom portion of that double 16.
Sixth leg is Jim
And he's
to
a
throw
leg away
first. Game
from
on.
these first 2 points in the group.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't top bins.
That was one of those from about 2 yards out where you're just trying to poke it into the bottom corner.
140.
That's a bit like you're a 5-a-side, Phil, isn't it?
I'm a defender. I don't score goals, H.
$100.
Just feel even early in this Group C, this could be a huge result.
180.
Finds a max. And on throw, kicks off 140, 180. Wickeden, an absolute mile away.
59.
It was the 13-8 outsider before this one got underway, Jim Meyer. And he has patches, doesn't he? Of brilliance.
85.
And these patches in this game has been more than enough. He's on for a potential 11 dart leg to get the job done. And the last couple of legs have been much better than what we saw at the start of the game. Wickenden really can only hit and hope from this
121.
point. Meyer for the
Require
match.
96.
96. Single, so 76 left. I'm not sure how much he can see of that treble.
47.
Can't hit. So now Wickeden 2-2-1. All he can do is apply pressure. But needs a treble.
60. Jimmy
Not
require
enough, H.
49.
So for the match, for the points, it's been an impressive kick towards the line for Jim Meyer. Can he now finish the job off? Double 16 has been fruitful for him.
Game, shot.
And it's the
and a
double
match.
that seals
Jim
him the
Meyer.
victory. Jim Meyer gets the better of Chris Wickenden by 4 legs to 2. And it continues his good form from yesterday. An average of 83.3. 4 out of 14 when it came to the doubles. That was kind of where the game towed off in the first couple of legs. But it was an impressive end from Jim Meyer, who made a real kick towards the line in that one. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, it's a debut for Rob Grundy up against John Worsley. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Jim Meyer get these first points on the board in Group C, getting the better of Chris Wickenden by 4 legs to 2. And so here is the final game from the first round of fixtures. It features John Worsley, a man who at one point yesterday was deep in the title race in Group A, but he finished 4th in the end, and he takes on the debutant Rob Grundy, the 45-year-old from Hartlepool. Teesside Open champion is the grenade, but he comes into this with a little bit of pedigree, Phil.
Yeah, we were doing some research in and around him, and of course over on Darts Atlas, where all the ADC stats are. Comes in 7th on the order of merit, as we said, but he's averaging 84-1 across those events. So that's very respectable. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can produce here at the Super Series. Look, it's always difficult on debut, but I'm excited by this one. And already we've got a stacker.
60.
Looks like quite a short dart. First time I've seen them. Straight barrel, but it looks like short stem and a pair flight, which is helping them sit parallel.
100.
Basically, that setup and the way the dart's going means there's going to be a lot of flight in the air.
Yeah, just look at, it's almost no stem.
81.
Yeah, look at that. It's no stem whatsoever. It's literally the shortest possible stem. It's barrel and just something to attach the flight to.
Basically like throwing with a bag of...
45.
It's basically throwing with a nail, isn't it, pretty much?
Yeah, where the difference there, where John's actually got a proper stem in his dart.
But if it works, it works. And he gets a max in his first leg here at the Super Series.
Rob Grundy says, welcome to the MODUS Super Series.
60.
Nice little 180 to leave 180.
Reminds me of the World Championship app when the kids were there in the classroom and said, Miss, what's half of 360? She says 180 and they all start cheering.
140.
I used to get told off for talking about darts at school. True story, history teacher said, you talk about darts one more time, I'll go nuclear.
92.
Well, Grundy is kicked off to some
Robbie
tune
required
here
40.
in his first leg at the Super Series on throw. Topped after 12.
Chasing 10s.
Game shot on the
and
first
finds
leg.
it.
Rob Grundy.
Rob Grundy, 14 dart debut leg in the Super Series. And
Second leg is John to throw first. Game
the
on.
group favourite at the start of play has some work to do here. He's up against it.
Well, we gave Rob Grundy the big build-up, and even though it's only a leg, I get that. He is
85.
delivering to the tune that we were playing for him.
$135.
He's grouping them brilliantly.
$127.
So he's carving an opportunity here
139.
on the one ball throw. But John Worsley is fighting back here.
135.
Well, he's having to fight against the tide so far.
$60. John, you require 154.
Does leave a finish, but it's advantage Worsley in this one because he has the darts. But needs a treble.
44.
Has he just opened the
Rob, you
door?
require 167.
He hasn't got a haymaker finish in him just as yet, and so Worsley comes back to level up at one apiece.
43. John, you
And he
require
hasn't really
110.
set it up for Grundy either. Triple 18 would have get him in a dart at the subsequent
42.
double. And so Grundy to
Rob,
get the
you
breaker
require
throw in to double his lead to 2-0. 1-2-4 is what he wants.
Treble 21st. 54 for the ball. Can't take it.
92. John, you require 68.
And so to level up at 1 apiece. 68 for Worsley. Double 4 for Worsley. Down for 2s.
66.
But they lose for him on this occasion. And so Grundy for the break.
Rob, you require 32.
He's looking at double 16.
Coming off the barrel. Pulled that one very low.
Game shot on the second
Finds the
leg.
top
Rob
half
Grundy.
of the bed. And Rob Grundy on debut leads 2-0, averaging nearly 94.
Third leg, it's Rob to throw
He's
first.
looking very
Game
at
on.
home on that stage. And that's not something we say about every debutant in this competition. Sometimes it takes a whole appearance for them to get acclimatised to the live lounge. Well, it's taken Rob Grundy, well, not even a couple of legs.
85.
Yeah, he's looking very comfortable up there. And at the moment, John Worsley just looking
94.
for something. It's not quite firing. It's a perfect first start to stack off of it.
85.
Just see by his hands there. Maybe he didn't come out as clean as he'd liked.
Can that partly be because of the setup? So because he's got such a, well, a stem which is barely in existence.
77.
Basically, he has to grip and release perfectly. Any slight off movement, then they're going to go wild.
.41. Not quite firing in this leg. It's a great recovery dart from the Womble.
140.
And it is John Worsley just growing into this game.
$59.
Because you asked the other question, yes, it's a good start, but do you then at some point realise the magnitude of what you're about to do to win on your debut at the Super Series? Then do you begin to think?
Overcomplicate the situation.
85.
There's one thing that ruins darts players, and that is brains. That is thinking. Darts players are at their best when they just go into autopilot.
57. John, you require 105.
For a break back. Treble 15. For tops.
65.
But he will be back. And again, just a little bit of board management there from Grundy on debut. 25 would have left to finish.
54. John, you require 40.
Importantly for Worsley, this would be for a break. Yeah, put the game back on throw. One left at tops, but how awkward is that?
20.
Very awkward because the dart sat down. There wasn't much to
Rob, you
aim at, and
require
so Grundy
120.
is looking to climb the ladder into a 3-0 lead.
For a leg he's never been in until now. That's awkward. You can see by the look on his face. But he's found it. Steps back, middle, looking at tops.
80.
Can't take it. The
John, you require
Womble
20.
breathes again.
But can he take the chance? The
Game
answer
shot
is
on the
yes.
third
He
leg.
gets the
John
break. He
Worsley.
brings it back to 2-1. And he just arrests the real good start that Rob Grundy has made to his Super Series career. He's had a dart at tops on the back of the 120 for a 3-0 lead.
The thing is, it was a leg. He was never really in H, and Worsley made a mess of it towards the end. The scoring was much better in that leg, but you can see maybe just struggling a little bit for confidence on doubles right now.
$140.
Because the scoring really hasn't been an issue at all.
No, when you look at the doubling stats, Worsley 1 from 8. He's had opportunities,
98.
but not taken them. And he'll have to up that. He'll have to put around 20% on that number to be competitive here in Group C.
60.
Well, Rob Grundy's about those 2 from 6 stats are around about the par for the course when we talk about finishing at the Super Series. 33%, 1 in 3. That's around about the baseline, and we judge the players on in this
42.
competition.
Yeah, if you're in around 1 in 3, you're fairly happy. Anywhere between 40 and 45%, you're ecstatic. Anything above that, you're probably not losing.
Anything above that is world class.
60.
And we've got some world class players into Champions League. That's the prize for the players at the end of the rainbow. We've got Barry Van Peer. Many people say the best player in the world without a tour card at the minute. Luke Littler, defending champions, looking to retain his title. Yet Klassen, Andy Bolton, Steve West, Colin Osborne, Neil Duff, the reigning WDF world champion, Reese Robinson and Danny Lauby, the top American talent. That is the cast list that the players in Week 10 are looking to join. And the favourite to win Week 10 is going to be in action tonight. And Daryl Pilgrim, we'll watch him in action from 10 p.m. as Worsley has 6 here from 167 to now this game up at 2 apiece. Remember, Grundy had a dart at tops in the previous leg to go 3-zip up.
95.
And again, remember, Grundy started this leg
72.
off with a 140, but then 4 trebleless visits has opened the door for Worsley to level this game up.
52.
But it's not to be.
124.
And so Grundy get a break of his own and to go a leg away. That is in the treble.
14 for Bull. Bullseye for 3-1.
83.
Can't take
Johnny
it.
required 20.
He's had a dart now to win every single leg in this match.
No
a match
score.
that Worsley cannot level up at 2 apiece, and Grundy's going to get a bona fide
41.
opportunity now at 41. Should get 2 at double for that 3-1 advantage.
9 for double 16.
Game shot on the 4th
Double
leg.
16 is hit,
Grundy.
and it's 3-1. And H, this time a couple of minutes ago, we spoke about Worsley having to put 20 points on that doubling percentage. He's taken numbers off.
First.
It's now 1 from 12.
And he put himself in such a good position as well to get himself back there. He had 4 darts for 2 apiece, did John Worsley in the end. And Rob Grundy has the darts here to win on debut in this competition. He comes up dry with the first visit, and there was just a little bit of a grimace on his face.
He'll know
56.
what John Worsley can produce if he gets it right. And he won't want to give him a route back into this game. 3-1 up, he should be seeing this out.
He's beginning to shut the door on John Worsley. He now wants to put the locks on it.
121.
And again, that's where
81.
the one ball's not produced. The first dart was perfect, and he's not followed it in any form whatsoever.
Well, Matt Edgar was mentioning in the commentary box on Tuesday just how John Worsley's been losing the line a little bit at times.
140.
But when he finds it with a plum.
180.
Yeah, but he needed that just to get back into the leg. And it's only got him level. He's not in front.
Well, we asked the question, how would Rob Grundy
165.
approach the finishing line? Well, it looks like he's running towards it because he's left double 18. Sorry, double 8 after 12. To still a 4-1 success.
44.
The setup was
Robbie requires
exquisite.
16.
Now, can he finish it off for a win on debut? Double 8.
Game.
Double
shot,
8 it
and a
is.
match.
Rob Grundy wins on his Super Series debut, a 4-1 win over John Worsley. 2 points on the board, averaging 85.99. He will certainly take that. Coming up after the break, Tom Becker against Chris Wickenden.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are round down for our fixtures for the day. Before the break, Rob Grundy got off to the perfect debut in the competition. He got the better of John Worsley by 4 legs to 1, average just under 86. And so, the beginning of round 2 sees 2 players looking to get a first win. Chris Wickenden up against Tom Becker. For Tom, he did struggle in that game against Adam O'White. So Chris Wickenden, he had opportunities in that game against Jim Meyer, but the Luxembourgian just managed to find a little bit of a push towards the line.
Yeah, Wickenden had chances and didn't take them. But looking at
60.
it, if he can carve the same opportunities here, he should and is the favourite for this one.
$55.
Again, it's a very low first start.
45.
And the adjustment's not there. Where a load up for Pugs, he's exactly what he wants.
140.
Stacking at its finest.
Don't let Robert Owen hear you say that.
No, otherwise you won't hear the end of it ever.
100.
I'm sure that at some point in the next couple of minutes there's going to be a communication from Robert, no doubt.
We know he still watches along even though he now is on tour.
136.
Don't worry, he didn't tell people enough that he had the record for most games at once upon a time. He won a few weeks apparently as well. He made the UK Open semi-finals.
81. Chris, you require 170.
Here we are. The opportunity for a break for Wickeden. The 170 is not going to go, but he can leave this handy.
125.
And Tom Becker, all he can do is try and apply pressure. But it's not going to be enough.
97. Chris, you require 45.
So for an early break in leg one. That wasn't the intended target. 3 for double 8. It's got there in the end.
29. Tom, you
But will
require
he pay the price for that
118.
first start?
Well, this has been Tom Becker's strong suit this week, the finishing. He's kind of got him out of jail at times. He's not going to do so on this occasion, and so Wickeden will
58.
come back for the double 8 for
Chris,
the
you
break
require 16.
and to lead 1-0. The 2-9 favourite in this 2-horse race to claim the points. Now double 4. Well, now it's getting a little bit messy.
Game shot in
But
the first
twos
leg.
never lose,
Chris
and Wickenden
Wickenden.
leads. He gets the break in the opener. He's 1-0 up against the Luxembourgian.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at his numbers from game number 2.
Second leg, it's Chris
2
to
from
throw
10
first.
on the
Game
outer
on.
ring. That's the bit where he's going to have to shape up. He's giving himself opportunities, but he's needing a lot of them at the moment because he's not taking them.
Tom Becker is looking up at the
100.
heavens underneath the church here of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Looking for some kind of divine inspiration.
58.
In this Group C, it's so important that you get
60.
points on the board because we've seen so many times that players have almost got themselves out of jail on a Friday but have just left themselves too much to do. So, look, 4 points is a bare
140.
minimum today to keep yourself in contention.
Well, Matthew Aker likes to play the rule of 3, doesn't he? Where 3 defeats realistically
60.
is the maximum you can afford. But to be honest, that rule of 3 is beginning to become a little bit more loose over the last few weeks because Group C is becoming a lot more competitive group than what it was in the past. A lot more tallies of around
98.
about 12 points has been enough to grant your place into Saturday night.
Yeah, I think 4 points
60.
and you're still in contention. 2, you've almost got to be perfect and hope on the Friday.
And the Group C is only going to get even more competitive in the next series because the challengers for the undisputed titles will be
140.
guaranteed a spot in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon, whilst the current champions of the undisputed belts will be playing on the Thursday and Friday nights respectively in Group B.
91. Tom, you require 65.
But a potential break back opportunity here.
Game
And
shot in the
Becker is
second
level.
leg. Tom Becker.
Much better from Tom Becker in that leg. It's a 15
Third leg,
dart
it's Tom
break
to
back
throw
and we are
first.
on throw
Game
again,
on.
H.
And Bex won't be feeling so blue now.
$60.
Again, this goes back to the consistency thing around Tom Becker's game that there's a player in there. Do we just need to see more of it?
100. 60.
Doesn't give much away, does he? On the oche, Chris. It's very stone-faced.
60.
He's one of those who's very hard to break down.
100.
And in some weird way, because of the beard and everything, it makes it even harder because he's a bit like he reminds me a lot of Andreas Harrison, the Swedish
60.
player. The beard, the poker face.
Yeah, he's one that you wouldn't want to play poker against.
But you speak to Andreas off the hockey, he's
81.
one of the happiest go lucky characters you'd ever wish to meet. We'll see Andreas back here at the Super Series soon.
Wicked are not using that
41.
marker dart. Dart one, although it wasn't in, was perfect just to stack. And the radar's not firing at the moment. Almost needs recalculating.
100.
The compass is a couple of degrees off to the east.
Not pointing true north. Has to run for cover because the way the flight blocks the bed.
96. Tom, you require 100.
Tom Becker looking at a ton to lead.
Well, the bookmakers had completely written Tom Becker off in a 2-horse race in this game. He was 3-1 with the odds compilers to pick up the points in this one.
Yeah. Over this course and distance, you can never really write anyone off because they can all reel off 3 or 4 legs in the blink of an eye. They've all have that ability.
94.
Okay, we might not see it all the time, but
Tom, you require
they can all
76.
do it.
Even Peter Manley won a couple of games.
Did he find the loose floorboard? And from that 100,
44.
Tom Becker has made an
Chris, you
absolute
require
hash of this.
50.
Not had a double from 106.
Well, he's basically said to Chris, here we go, mate. This is yours. Have a couple of darts, a double 16. And we'll pass the parcel.
18.
But the present hasn't been received. And in fact, it's been
Tom, you
gifted back to
require
Tom
32.
Becker for a 2-1 advantage.
Double 16 for an unlikely hold. Now up to 8s. Can he find it last dart in hand?
Danger
Yes,
on
he
the third
can.
leg. Tom
Floats one
Becker.
over the top, and somehow Tom Becker leads. Look, the averages aren't great. It's not a pretty
Fourth leg,
one,
it's
but
Christopher
Tom Becker
first.
won't care
Game
if he
on.
can break that streak.
Well, he's not won in any of his last 12 matches, and he'll be hoping that 13 is lucky for 1.
140.
Notice there that Chris just threw them with a little bit more pace. Just a little bit quicker. Trying to find something.
40.
And that can be a dangerous situation when you're searching on the fly.
66.
They just look all a little bit snatchy for me. The release and the follow through not in sync at the moment.
$60.
So it's very much point to the right on release.
85.
He still has his index finger flicking up into the air, doesn't he, upon release?
It's almost like a cricket umpire giving someone out.
78.
You must have had that experience a few times, Phil.
Yeah.
How's that? Ball hits pad. See you later. Ta-ta.
Clock cricket is
100.
almost an unwritten rule. You don't give your teammates out at LBW. I mean, of course you give them a...
To be fair, I wasn't a
60.
bad batter. It was just
Chris,
the
you
bowling
require
that was a bit of an issue
110.
with me.
Wickeden looking at 110 to bring us back level. He's going to get a dart at double 16. 2 apiece.
Game shot on
And
the
this
fourth leg.
time,
Chris Wickenden.
he pins it. That's more like the Wickeden that we've seen and he's capable of.
Fifth leg,
Levels
it's
it up,
Tom to throw
110
first.
finish.
Game on.
And you just wonder whether that's the moment that just wakes Wickenden up a little bit. It's been below really what we expected from him. The standard that
45.
he set for himself over the last few months or so. And sometimes it can just take a finish like that just to give you a little bit of a oomph, a little bit of a spark.
100.
Just to give you that little bit of a G up.
Yeah, look, he knows he's playing better than Tom Becker right now, but just has to translate that into a win, just to give him some confidence, to
100.
settle him down.
He knows if he plays to his ability, he wins this darts match.
140.
The issue is when you're put in these types of situations, you can try too hard.
58.
The opportunity is there. Finds
91.
treble 17 to leave the fish. And there is a break opportunity here for Wickeden.
60.
Well, the pug
Chris, you require
wants to catch a fish
170.
for a lead. We'll never know whether he's going to go for it or not.
98.
Going to come back for 72.
44. Chris, you require 72.
And the MO is up first. Going to get a dart at double 16 to lead 3-2.
40.
Doesn't take it, but will be back because Becker's not on a finish.
Once again, he's got that luxury of time. Becker's been pretty much a visit behind in every leg.
68.
And so Wickenden for
Chris,
the break
you
for a
require
3-2
32.
lead and to put him on the cusp of victory.
Game shot. on
No
the fifth
messing
leg.
about that
Chris
time.
Wickenden.
3-2 Wickenden. The breaker thrower crude.
Yeah. It's gone 15 and 16. That's
Six
more
legs,
like the Chris
Christopher
Wickeden that
first.
we know can
Game
play,
on.
that we've seen on the ADC lift titles. Just looks as if he's settled now.
Sometimes you just need that moment just to give you that kick. And that 110 finish in the previous leg may well just
137.
be that for the Nuneaton thrower.
$140.
That's more like it for Tom Becker. Actually, in fact, in the 140 stakes, they're both level at 3 apiece. But if we show you the scoring wagon wheel, well, Chris Wickens had
87.
double the amount of ton plus scores. And when we go even deeper into that, he's had more of the 81s and the 85s and those sorts of scores.
45.
And Wickeden looking to leave a finish from here. Gonna need another.
81.
Can't do it, but he's well placed. It's only really a maximum that hurts him. When the first start was sat like that, I thought we were going to get our first of this contest.
140.
But Wickeden has 6 for 196 to bag the points. Needs a treble though.
60.
Has he opened the door again?
Even one treble here would make Tom Becker favoured against the darts. He's going to find a second. Chris Wigginton may find himself in all sorts of trouble here if he doesn't take out the 136 for the match. He's already had a ton topper in this game. Can he finish off with one?
No is the answer. So Tom Becker is coming back for tops
60
to send us all the way.
Tom, you require 40.
For the instant break back, Tom Becker, first one's high. Second one drag low, last one and chasing tens.
30.
And he can't find it. Wickenden breathes
Chris,
again.
you require 76.
Well, Wickenden's wicked spell in the middle of the game has put himself in this position to go and claim the points. And he's going to have two in his hand at double eight to get the job done.
60.
But two match darts had come a begging
Tom, you require 10.
for Chris Wickenden.
As Becker looks at fives.
Game shot on the
Only
sixth
needs the
leg.
one.
Tom Becker.
It's in the heart of the bed, and we are going all the way in this one. Remember, Chris Wickenden has missed two match darts.
Seven
and Tom
pound final
Becker
leg. It's Tom
now
to
has
throw
the darts
first.
to end
Game
this
on.
losing streak.
12 matches in a row that Tom Becker has lost in this competition. That was after winning 3 of his first 4 on Monday.
100.
Ton to start. How key they could be in these exchanges.
Yeah, key, and how much are those two match darts going to play on the mind of Chris Wickenden?
85.
Remember, he's going to have to find another break or throw if he's to win this.
100.
But so far, back-to-back tons for Becker puts him in the driving seat.
Well, Wickenden had forged out the hard work for himself,
60.
but it's now beginning to unravel.
What he'd give for a treble here.
59.
Still favourite, but it could have been better. Wickenden needs trebles.
100.
Finds one with his last dart, but a ton's not enough, H. It needed to be a 140.
It's still advantage Becker on throw. Very much so after that first treble.
100.
One thing you've got to give Tom Becker credit for is he's been finding some good darts in this game when it's mattered. And it matters no more than in leg 7.
He's down to a finish.
123.
So is
Tom, you
Wickenden.
require 142.
No, it's just a battle to the end. They're both on 3 figure outs. Becker's is not going to go, but he's going to leave it handy. 80 scored, 62 left.
90.
Leaves a
Chris, you
2-dart
require
combination.
133.
Wickenden 133 to win it in style.
To claim his first 2 points of the group. But it's not going to happen this time. And so Tom Becker to arrest a 12-game losing streak.
59.
Was 52 for the match.
Tom, you require 52.
Here we go. He's missed the big number. He's only going to get one. It's double 16.
Game,
But he only
shot,
needs the
and a
one.
match. Tom
Becker has ended the losing streak to condemn Chris Wickenden to back-to-back defeats here on the opening day in Group C. There we see the tail of the tape. Wickenden average more, but it's Becker that bags the points. Coming up after the break, we're going to see John Worsley against Adam Mould.
welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Tom Becker picked up his first win in a dozen matches, getting the better Chris Wickenden in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Next up, the player who kicked off proceedings and kicked off with the performance of the day so far, Adam Mould is in action up against John Worsley, looking to pick up his first win of Group C. And if Adam Mould plays anything like what we saw in his first game against Tom Becker, well, he's going to take some stopping in this group, Phil.
Oh, if they play to type, then this is going to be over quite quickly, because just looking at the numbers, Adam Mould played considerably better than John Worsley.
Game on.
However, John Worsley is a fighter, and he'll find a way to bounce back.
$100.
Well, they still have John Worsley as the 8-11 favourite to win this one. Adam Mould, even money with the odds compilers before proceedings got underway here.
Yeah, I kind of get that there's not much between it. It's basically because the Womble's got the darts. That's why he's the very slight favourite in this format.
180.
And darts like that.
$80.
And that bounce out means the Womble has got full command of this opening leg.
And already this is a massive improvement from John Worsley from game 1.
100.
It's gone ton, 180, 100 to leave 121 after 9.
He looks more relaxed more than anything else. There was just times in that first game where he was looking around the room, wasn't he? Trying to find some kind of inspiration. It's been an inspirational opening leg.
You have to take the one off at some point, so why not then?
41.
Look, all of a sudden, that's a slip. Because if Adam Mould can find a couple of trebles here, that 80 is all of a sudden under pressure.
100. John, you require 80.
Will it be 1 at tops or 2 at 10s? It's going to be 1 at tops, and that's a fantastic dart to stack off of.
40.
He's not used it.
Adam, you require 85.
And so it gives Mould the opportunity to break on this 85. Remember, he also had a bounce out in this leg, Adam Mould. And so he's going to get a dart at the bullseye.
40. John,
But
you
he can't
require
convert.
40.
The Womble comes back looking at tops for a hold. 10s. No one likes 5s who starts to chase last dart.
Game shot on the first leg. John
But
Worsley.
that's a fabulous start because there was pressure on that. Adam Mould was there waiting to pounce and break.
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Just a sign of tension there from John Worsley. We see him trying to relax the shoulders and maybe a little bit of tension in his game.
140.
Whereas Adam Mould just looks... Well, he's always had this demeanour about him. Every time we've seen him on the stage, Adam Mould, where it's just... He just gets up and gets on. He's one of those types of players.
Run for cover. First start, blocking the bed. Does find 1. Treble 19. And John Worsley's not going to make an impact on that. So after 6, it's advantage Mould.
$58.
I get that. He was looking for 519s to leave the big fish, but the way his darts sit, the first one had to be above the treble 19 again, just blocking it.
95.
But he's got 6 on 207 to level up. And it's in this part of the leg where he really does make the kick.
99.
John Worsley needs 2 trebles to leave a finish.
$85. Adam, you require 108.
So he has 6 at this 108. Tried to find the top corner, 82. Will it be bull or 14s? Gone for the ball to leave double 16.
And so Worsley can only hit and hope. Mould will return to hold.
$100.
Time at
Adam, you
least
require
gives Mould a
32.
tap on the shoulder, but double 16 to level things up. One
Game shot on the
apiece.
second
Mould is on the
leg.
board.
Adam Mould.
And conceded his first leg of the day in the previous one. He's back to winning
Third leg,
ways
it's John to
quickly.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and to be fair, they've both been fairly comfortable on their darts. 1-all, the right result after the first couple of legs.
100.
Reminder, of course, that you can get in touch with us here at the MODUS Super Series on our social media channels.
41.
Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. We are available at MSS Darts. And send in your questions for myself and Phil. We will answer some of the interesting and clean
46.
ones over the course of the next couple of hours or so. And for those of you joining in via the YouTube channel, the MODUS Super Series, don't forget to give us a subscribe, because on top of the live action that we bring you 6 days a week, there's going to be highlights of
118.
every single session, as well as bonus content from behind the scenes, interviews with various players, plenty to keep yourself entertained with on the Super Series YouTube channel. So do give us a subscribe.
125.
Again, both strong on throw here.
100.
John Worsley looking to set up this 230. Just stay straight here.
100.
Down to a finish. Can Mould join him?
$128.
The answer is yes, he can.
130.
But 130 is one the pros like, because it's only one treble single for a dart at the ball. He's going to get a dart at the ball. It's in. It's in, John. Don't worry about that. Bullseye for 2-1.
87.
Can't take
Adam,
it.
you require 114.
And even Adam Mould was having a look to see whether that found the target or not. Can't be done now. 12 scored, so 102 left. But he's going to set it
82.
up quite nicely and
John, you
just ask the
require
question
43.
of John Worsley on throw.
43. 3 for 2 at tops. Last dart going double 10.
Game
And
shot on the
just like
third
in leg
leg.
1, John Worsley finds the double. Last dart in hand, and they hurt Henry, because as an opponent, you're stood behind, and all of a sudden
leg
you're
is Adam
getting
to throw
that
first.
feeling, I'm
Game
going to
on.
get a go here. And at the last minute, it's ripped away.
And that's the first time that a player's darts in this game has been put under severe pressure. Adam Mould leaving himself on 32.
100.
That last dart in hand at double 10 didn't go.
$83.
Victory here for Mould would mean that he had become the first player in the group to move on to 4 points. Jim Meyer
100.
and Will Grundy playing in the last game of the second round of fixtures, and the winner of that is guaranteed to move on to 4 points.
This game just has the feel as if it's going to go
45.
the distance, because they've both been so solid on throw.
$100.
There's 3 of the perfect 5.
We should have a 15 graphic on the screen.
In red.
Oh, yeah. Well, basically what we'll do is, you remember the paperclip on Microsoft Word back in the day? It'd just be a version of that with a clip with the 15 on. There's
180.
Worsley clips the maximum.
Just needed that, though, to get back in the leg.
Do you want to boo or shall I do it?
134.
However, Mould replies to Worsley's max.
This is beginning to become a proper contest. Mould 67 for 2 apiece, and he's playing to a similar level as that in his first
137.
game.
Adam, you require
Averaging
67.
just under 95. 94.5 in this one up to press. but is being asked the question against the throw, and it is only going to be the solitary dart at tops,
27.
which goes a begging, and Worsley
Johnny
here
require
has 2
56.
darts to break the throw and to lead 3-1.
The first mistake of this match. Is it going to be punished? Because the Womble now has darts at tops to
Game
break
shot on the fourth leg.
and
John
break. That
Worsley.
he does. We said he'd bounce back, and he's doing so right now. Adam Mould missed. John Worsley
Fifth leg,
accepted
it's
the
John to throw
invitation.
first.
3-1 to the
Game
Womble.
on.
And so Worsley now with the darts to get over the line. And it would mean that 5 of the 6 players would find themselves on 2 points.
93.
The only player, if Worsley was to get off the mark in this one, yet to pick up points would be Chris Wickenden. And not many people would have expected that at the start of the day.
96.
No, and look, Mould's actually played well here. His only mistake is missing a dart at tops.
114.
Sometimes it is the finest margins in the sport.
Well, at the minute, he's registering the top 2 averages in the group so far, and he may only get 2 points to
100.
show for it.
I'm going to have to think about this. It's irrelevant now, but
43.
how many times from 268 do we see players leave bogey numbers?
The only place where we like bogeys is Dick and
58.
Dom's bungalow.
.225. It's going to be on a finish.
134.
Leaves 91 after 12. Adam Mould needs something big here. But it's not coming. So, John Worsley
74. John, you require
doesn't need to
91.
go the ball route here. Can go 51 for tops. There's the 51.
Game,
And there's the
shot,
tops.
And the match.
Stunning
John Worsley.
91 finish from John Worsley. He bounces back to defeat Adam Mould 4-1. The Adam Mould average just dropping under the 90 mark as Worsley's goes above. But coming up after the break, we're going to see Jim Meyer against Rob Grundy. And welcome back, everyone, here to the MODUS Super Series Group C in week 10. I'm looking forward to this one. But Rob Grundy picked up a debut win and looked comfortable doing it as well.
He did. There was a lot to like about that performance in the end. Average just under 86, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, and everything that we've been reading of in terms of his performances in the ADC system, well, it kind of bared fruit, didn't it, in that first game? But one thing we always say about debutants is it's easy to do that in the first game. It's now about backing it up in game number 2. And he does that against Jim Myatt, who got the better of Chris Wickenden 4-2 in his opening match. He played okay, 83.3 average. The only blot really to his sheet was 10 missed darts at a double.
140.
Been getting better as the week's gone on. The former Luxembourg Open champion.
95.
It'll be interesting to see how Rob is, having won on that stage
80.
already, whether it just settles in even more. Because there's nothing worse on debut than chasing that first victory. Once you get it so early, you can just relax even more.
$60.
And one thing that makes me stand out about Rob Grundy even more is he's the second-ranked player in the Northeast region in the ADC, and that's probably one of the most competitive regions there are in the country.
Brutal up there. Absolutely brutal.
58. Jim, you require 147.
Not going to take out the 147.
131.
Perfectly to leave 16 after 12.
Grundy has struggled to get out of the traps in this opening leg, and Mayer's going to come back for
74.
potential 5-visit leg if he
Jim,
can find the double
16.
8. Double 4. And now chasing down to 2s.
14.
And now this could get a bit chaotic. It could get a little bit mad.
Experience there with Rob Grundy not on a finish. There was a compelling argument to bust his score and go
44.
back
Jim,
to
you require
16.
2.
And instead he's made a mess and ends up in the
Game shot in the
madhouse.
first leg. Jim Meyer.
Pins it first start and he's got away with it. But going forward, in terms of managing the board,
Second leg is
I
Rob
think he
to
should be
throw
busting
first.
that in that
Game
situation.
on.
With a little bit of a wry smile to himself in the background. And I suppose you can once the leg is done. But this is, I suppose, again, we've spoken about it with the Luxembourg players, is it goes back to that experience that they're trying to accrue here this week.
60.
They will learn so much and take so much away from this week here. There's been some very good stuff from them. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Luxembourg as a region
140.
develops, because there's obviously talent in that area. We've seen it in spells. But like we say, it's homing your trade and just learning.
One of a couple of areas within Europe that's just beginning to come to prominence, Hungary being another big
85.
one. And I've got to say, I like the look of the Gibraltarian duo that we saw at the World Cup recently. There's a lot that you could possibly work with Justin Hewitt and Craig Galliano.
Yeah, look, Europe's becoming a hotbed, not just Germany and Holland where we're used to. There are pockets breaking out. We've seen what darts is doing in Belgium, for instance, and
140.
ADC Europe are getting it right as well and providing pathways for those players there, as well as in the UK. It's just a tremendous setup and a tremendous
57.
system that people are now buying into.
Well, John Locken, the manager, so to say, of the ADC in the European region, is very enthusiastic about it. It was invitation only, the players for this series, just to get the
100.
ADC Europe
Jim, you
system
require
up on its feet.
164.
But in Series 5, there is a series of qualification routes for players, as Mayer looks for another one of them to leave the bull for 164. And now Grundy comes back for the 116, which is going to have to go, otherwise his throw might be broken.
He's a traditionalist. We see many going the 19s on this way now, but needs treble. which would have left double 18. That doesn't go, and now he's staring at 2-0.
42.
As Jim Meyer comes
Jimmy
back,
require
looking
28.
at double 14 to break. That looks a good guide.
Game
And
shot
it
in the
was a
second
good
leg.
guide.
Jim Meyer.
Jim Meyer pins double 14 and leads 2-0. Break a throw, and he's just carrying on the form from
Third
yesterday.
leg, it's Jim to throw
Well,
first.
I said to Laura
Game
Turner in the
on.
commentary box yesterday, if he can play to the level that he produced yesterday, he's going to cause a couple of issues in Group C. And he's playing towards those levels from
100.
yesterday.
Well, look, I know it's only 2 legs in, but he's averaging a ton. He's upping the level as well. And
97.
this group looked tough on paper. And he's raising his game.
Well, he won his first 2 legs in 30 darts. He's basically saying that you're going to have to do something special against me to win.
28.
Especially against Fro.
Yeah, if he's going out in 15 on throw, you're going to have to break him in 12.
60.
Sometimes you don't need flare and flash. Sometimes you just have to be consistent enough around that range to be hard to break down.
96.
Make your opponent play good darts to beat you. Which may sound a silly statement, but how many times do we see inconsistencies from one player and it just opens up the door for the other?
140.
Better, though, from Grundy there.
58.
He's effectively stolen the darts back here. But needs at least 1 treble in this visit. Has found better.
140.
140 to leave 64 after 12. So we'll get a break back opportunity. It's just under what pressure?
139. Robbie requires
So,
64.
to pull one back, to bring it back to 2-1. All about the 16s corridor. Another one of them leaves the double, 8 leaves tops. It's going to be double 16 for Grundy.
32.
But Mayer is going to get
Jim, you
his
require
chance now
80.
to open up a 3-0 advantage.
Going to get 2 at 10s after finding the treble. Is that good or is it too close?
60.
You can't
Robbie
put them any
require
closer
32.
and not be in. That is extremely unlucky. But Rob Grundy now coming back, double 16.
Game shot
So
in the
half
third
the deficit.
leg. Rob Grundy.
And if we are back on throw, 2-1 Mayer leads. But work to do.
Been a
Fourth leg
high-quality
is Rob to
game. A
throw
couple
first.
of 16s and a
Game on.
14 have been what this game has seen its legs won in. And Grundy now working his way back into the match, bringing the game back on throw. And looking to make a kick.
140. 140.
4 140s apiece.
Again, the perfect dart to use as a stacker.
45.
Loses the line. Get the feeling this game's going to be about who holds their composure the best.
140.
We just look at Jim and he looks so cool, calm and collected. And you're talking about that line of Grundy just going off a little bit. Well, we had those question marks about Jim Meyer earlier on the week, but it looks like right now he's got it in
60.
tow perfectly.
Yeah, looking to set up 2-2-1.
40.
Made a bit of a mess of that. It's just opened the door again.
Typical after I said how good he was with his lie.
Cursed him. But Grundy needs another.
100.
He's down to a finish, but it's a big one. It's still advantage Mayer for me.
Very much so after that. And even more so after that. Rob Grundy's in
145.
big trouble here.
Rob,
He's going
you
to have to
require
take out the
156.
156.
This is all on the first dart. Has to be bottom of the treble bed. It's not going to go. So Jim Meyer will be back. Looking at double 18
59.
for 3-1.
Jim, you require 36. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Does so
Jim
with
Meyer.
a 13 darter. Meyer is on the brink of getting the better of Grundy. He's 3-1 to the good and could well be a leg away from becoming
Fifth
the
leg is
first
Jim to
player
throw
to move
first.
on to 4 points
Game on.
in Group C.
Yeah. And the impressive thing is the average. It's still over the 97 mark for Jim Meyer.
81. $100.
Just looks supremely confident right now, Meyer.
45.
But that's a slip. That opens the door again.
Even a ton on his vessel, the darts off of Jim.
60.
But he can't find a treble, and so the door that was open for him has then been shut back in his face. Or has it?
41.
And suddenly the lie is beginning to go for Meyer.
Just feeling the pressure a little bit here.
$140.
Fabulous visit from Grundy to down to 201. And there is a break opportunity.
42.
Still going to have to find another if he's to win this, because Meyer has the darts.
$96.
But he's down to 105 after 12. And all of a sudden, just in this one leg, Jim Meyer has taken
85.
over 7 points off the
105.
average.
And Grundy has 6 to get that break back. Treble 15. Going to get him a dart at top. So he is going to come back.
50.
No. Can Meyer pressure the 55? No is the answer. Rob Grundy coming back 55
83. Rob, you require
to get within
55.
1. 15 for tops. Oh, he's gone into the double. 25 left. 9 for double 8. Only going to get 1 dart.
47.
Misses.
Jim, you require 124.
Opportunity to win it for Meyer. Should get a dart at the ball. Will get a dart at the ball.
99.
Can't hit.
Rob, you
And so
require
can
8.
Grundy get himself out of the mess that he made for himself? Double 2.
Game shot on the
Found,
fifth leg.
and the game
Rob
returns to
Grundy.
throw. It goes back to 3-2, and Grundy is still in with a shout.
He is, but also
Sixth leg, it's Rob to
Jim
throw
Meyer
first.
has missed a
Game
match
on.
dart in all the excitement. I know it was only a dart at the ball, but the opportunity was there.
Match darts are match darts, no matter where they find themselves.
60.
But Grundy comes up dry with the first visit of leg 6, and so the door is open now again for Meyer. Excellent cover shooting from the
134.
Luxembourgian. That one's just dropped low. They are dropping low. Maybe a sign of a little bit of tension.
60.
Another big visit here from Meyer. will put him in prime position.
134.
And that's exactly what he's done. Stolen the darts back.
Grundy needs a lot. Minimum 140, absolute minimum, and that's not going to come.
Not even sure 140 was enough, H.
It's now all in the hands of Jim Mayer. 6 darts on 2-3-3, but even he's beginning to make a little bit of a mess of it. Great recovery with the last dart to leave him on a finish.
Needs to fill it.
140.
That was bare minimum. That
Jim
gets him to a finish.
149.
He's going to get a look at the 141. He's going to get a poke at the 141, and suddenly Jim Mayer has lost the line at the worst possible time.
29. Robbie
He
requires
has come scratching for answers, and he's come up with nothing, and so Grundy 141 to send us all the way to a deciding leg. Treble 19. We're left in double 12, and so Mayer is looking to climb the ladder for success.
109. Jim, you require 120.
Shanghai for Mayer to win it. But he's not going to get a dart. It's a horrific first dart into the 1.
28.
Don't get
Robbie
the last
require
dart.
32.
He was in absolute command of this leg, Jim Mayer, and he looks set to lose it now. Because
Game shot on the
Grundy
sixth
sends us
leg.
all the
Rob
way.
Grundy.
He was completely out of the leg. But Mayer had a meltdown towards the finishing line, and so, well, Grundy sends us all the way, but he's going to have to find a break in the
Seventh and final
decider.
leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Whose shoes would you rather be in right now? Grundy
60.
was 3-1 down. Survived a match dart. Mayer was in control and missed a match dart. Whose shoes would you rather be in?
95.
Right now, you'd rather be in the shoes of Rob Grundy. But Jim Mayer, I'm going to hope that the setback
100.
leads them, paves the way for a comeback.
Needs a treble.
45.
Can't find one. Another for Mayer.
140.
What a response.
Credit goes where credit is due. And Jim Mayer, who was in the mire, may have just found a way of escaping.
140.
Or has he?
Rob Grundy isn't going anywhere in this deciding leg. Huge last start from Jim Mayer. 140 to leave 61 after 12.
They're beginning to exchange blows right at the finishing line.
140.
Well, that is 4
Jim,
140s on the trot. It's Mayer with the first poke at the finish, and he's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 18 to get over the line
25.
and make that 3 missed match
Robbie
darts.
require 81.
81 for Rob Grundy to win it from 3-1 behind. Oh, disaster. He's going to have to find a treble. He was going the 15s route. 79. He's going to get a match start. What a recovery that is. Staring at double 11 to win it. To take his tally to 4 points.
59.
But he misses a match start as well.
Jim, you require 36.
And so Mayer comes back for another opportunity. He's already had 3 chances to get this game won. He's going to get 3 more. Double 9.
18.
That is 6 match darts.
Rob, you
Miss for
require
Mayer.
22.
And Grundy comes back for double 11.
Is he going to go straight for it? Or is he going to split it? He's going at it by the look of the eyes. Comes inside. 3 for double 4 for another match start.
14.
And he's missed as well. And the frustration is written all over his face.
And so Jim is reprieved again.
Game.
And
shot.
he needs no
And the
more
match,
chances. Jim Meyer gets over the line against Rob Grundy by 4 legs to 3. It means it is he who's going to be the first player to move on to 4 points in the group, doing so with an 87.16 average, 4 out of 16 on the doubles, and it took it to his 7th attempt to win the match to get over the line. So in leg 7, Meyer wins 4-3. Game 7 will take place shortly as Tom Becker takes on John Worsley.
Hi there, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series live on Sporty Stuff TV. We're on Thursday, which means a double session of darts, Groups B and C getting underway. In Group C, well, it's already started. We've had 6 matches already so far, and here's what happened in them. Viewers on the YouTube channel will have seen these games. Adam Mould getting off to a flying start, and John Worsley the opposite. He lost 4-1, but then when Worsley met Mould in Game 5, he did bounce back and beat him. But the man to beat so far is Luxembourg's Jim Meyer. He's won both of his games so far, and that puts him sitting pretty at the top of the Group C table after those first 2 rounds of fixtures. 2 from 2 for him. Chris Wickenden, the only player yet to pick up a victory, losing out to Meyer and Tom Becker, who actually ended a 12-match losing streak with that victory, 4-3 over the man at the bottom. Worsley, the favourite to win the group on 2, along with Adam Mould. Rob Grundy on debut, 1 win from 2. And Jim Meyer, he has 2 victories from 2. So we will bring you the next 9 fixtures over the next 3 hours, and the group will reach its halfway stage. And of course, we'll be back tonight with the start of Group B, 10 p.m. live here on Sporty Stuff TV. That gets underway. And of course, as always, for viewers around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The first match is John Worsley against Tom Becker. Now, Worsley, as I said earlier, he lost his first game, but bounced back in style in his second, a 4-1 victory over Adam Mould, who was looking pretty deadly himself in his opening match won it 4-0 against Becker, but that was fantastic from the Womble, who will be looking to build on that when he plays Becker here. And your commentary team for the day is Henry Deacon and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. We kick off then with a battle between John Worsley and Tom Becker. Becker, the Luxembourgian, who ended that 12-game losing streak last time out when he got the better of Chris Wickenden in a last leg decided by 4-3. As for John Worsley, the Womble, well, he finds himself on 2 points, having got the better of Adam Mould by 4-1 in his previous match. Phil Bars alongside me here in the commentary booth. It's been an intriguing start to the day so far, one which sees Jim Meyer at the summit of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we've seen some good stuff. We've seen some indifferent stuff. But I was really impressed with the way John Worsley bounced back, because he wasn't great in his first game, but he was superb in his second. So I'm really intrigued to see how he goes here, because, yes, Tom Becker ended that losing streak. But if the Womble plays to the standard he did in his second game, this could be a demolition job.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first.
Charlie Corsafine is your referee for the action this afternoon. One of the world's leading officials. And so it is Becker to get us underway in this one. And from his perspective, you just hope that winning breeds winning,
100.
because he has had his struggles at times, it has to be said, this week.
Yeah, he has, but when he's got it right, he's also looked very good as well. Like we speak about so often, it's just finding a level of consistency and not having these roller coaster games where you're so good 1 minute and then dive into a mire you don't want to get into. So, look, there's ability there. It's just
41.
nurturing it along. But it's going to be tough, because John Worsley is a class operator, and he showed that in his last game against Adam Mould.
100.
Darts just like that. Now, John Worsley made it to Champions Week last time out. He actually made it through to Champions Night. He's eliminated in the group stages. He actually led a game against Scott Taylor by 3-0 before then going on the wrong end of a 4-3 scoreline. A victory which saw Scott Taylor progress his way through to the semi-finals and eliminated Worsley. Taylor would then go on to lose to Luke Littler in the semi-finals.
44.
Yeah, and very much a break or throw on the cards here
81.
in this opening
John
leg
require 137.
of Game 7. 57. 2 double tops, John. That was the MO, which has become a very modern way of
97.
doing it.
Do you remember once upon a time when people used to do that and they were called disrespectful? Now it would be the wrong play if they don't do it.
Used to do it in some places, you get chinned.
59. John, you require 40.
I never got that deep in the leg to even have that issue.
Game shot on the
1-0
first
Worsley,
leg.
break and throw,
John
13
Worsley.
darter.
And that's what we said about the class that Worsley has in the locker. 13 darts.
Second leg, it's John
And he
to
made it
throw
look
first.
effortless.
Game on.
Just easy.
We've seen these moments from John Worsley
99.
over the course of the week, but he hasn't quite been able to patch it together on as a consistent basis that maybe that we've come to expect from him in the past.
Yeah, look, there are certain players
23.
that come to the Super Series that we do judge differently to others because of their reputation and what we've seen them do in the past. So, yeah, maybe we are giving John a bit of a hard time, but it's because we've seen him, what he's done in the
100.
PDC, on the Pro Tour and stuff like that. The same as when Hendo and Robert are here. We judge them on what we know is in the locker. So maybe they're rough under the stick, but it's because we know what they're capable
24.
It's actually a compliment.
of. Yeah, exactly that. It's the same as at the elite level when you see Michael only average a ton. And you go,
95.
oh, was that it?
To be fair, if he averages under 105, he asks, is that it? Seeing him in action in
41.
Blackpool in the next couple of days at the World Match Play, which begins in earnest. One of the highlights of the tungsten calendar.
I'm going to pick you up on something there. Not one of the highlight.
97.
You going to be riding the rodeo bull this year, Phil?
No.
$45. John, you require 110.
So 110 to consolidate that break. Is he going to stay there or is he going to go to the 18s? He went bold. He went for the bull.
95.
Then he went for second pickings and then found the bullseye, but he's got so much time on his hands because Tom Becker's all the way back on 368.
Yeah, look, he's going to get away with it because of
60. John, you
the way
require
he scored.
50.
But if this had been in a bigger game where it was closer, those are the things that could cost you.
11.
He's leaving himself on double two. Becker's in the 300s, and Worsley's been left with more time on his hands than a retired gardener.
$60. John, you require 4.
So, double two for 2-0.
Game shot on the second
makes no
leg.
mistake this
John
time around.
Worsley.
The Womble is in complete control, and there is an absolute seismic gap in the averages at the
Game
moment.
on.
And if this carries on, this is going to be 4-0 very quickly, H, because Worsley has all the answers right now.
Well, Worsley's just doing... Wait. Worsley's almost playing the game against himself
60.
because Tom Becker at the minute is not able to give much by way of competition. The game is just being dictated by what John Worsley does, by his actions, his darts,
180.
his second max of the match.
As his average goes over the ton mark.
46.
And already the double break
60.
is being threatened.
We just wondered whether that win would just inspire a little bit of confidence in Tom
60.
Becker. But he's really struggling in this one.
Yeah, also, it's when you're not playing well, it's one thing.
180.
As Worsley finds his second max of this leg, third of the tie. Look, when you're not playing well, it's one thing, but when you're not playing well and your opponent is absolutely pummeling that treble 20, just makes everything worse as well. And
66.
just
John, you
magnifies
require 81.
how you're playing. It's going to get 2 darts at double 12. Only
Game
needs
shot
the
on the
one.
third leg. John
Fabulous
Worsley.
from John Worsley, an 11 dart leg, double break of throw. The average is almost
Fourth
at
leg, it's John to
105.
throw first. Game on.
And 3 out of 5 when it comes to the finishing. This has been a superb performance from John Worsley. It is more the Womble we come to have
92.
expected here at the Super Series, the one that's won weeks, the one that's got to the semi-finals of Champions Weeks.
And this is why he was favourite for Group C before a dart was thrown, because of the ceiling that he has.
140.
He's the one in this group where, when push comes to the shove, he's the one you expect to have that big performance in him.
135.
He's putting out a big performance. Well, this is anything better than anything we've seen this week. The average just under 106.
Yeah, he is going through the gears right now.
100.
And just saying to the rest of the practice room, I'm the governor here in Group C. If you want to be in Saturday night, you are going to have to beat me.
100.
Just ticking along and ticking along.
$81. 134.
John Worsley leads himself tops after 12 with an average of 107. This has been a performance from heaven from John Worsley.
To win
60.
it in style
John, you require
and send a
40.
huge statement to the rest of Group C. Tops
Game,
is
shot,
hit,
and, the
and
match,
John Worsley has sent out a
Worsley.
huge statement to everyone else and put them on notice. 105.47 from the Womble. That is the best we have seen this week. Statement sent after the break. Going to see Chris Wickenden against Rob Grundy.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series live on Sporty Stuff TV and our YouTube channel. Just wow, what a message that Jonathan Worsley has just sent out to everyone else in Group C. Over a 105 average, the best we've seen this week. Statement sent.
Well, it was an absolute demolition job of Tom Becker. It was done within the space of 10 minutes, that 4-0 success. And, well, we were averaging the highest
First
averages
leg,
around
it's
about
Chris to
95
throw
on
first.
Steve Brown
Game
prior
on.
to today. Well, that has superseded anything and everything we've seen before. And so the question of Chris Wickenden and Rob Grundy is, follow this. Well, as far as their days are concerned, Rob Grundy, when he came out of the tracks flying against John
134.
Worsley, a 4-1 victory with an average just under 86. Really good first couple of legs in there. Then was on the wrong end of the scoreline against Jim Meyer, the only player with an unbeaten record left so
100.
far today in the second game. Whilst for Chris Wickenden, he's the only player left without a point so far. Defeated by Jim Meyer in his first game by 4-2, before then
57.
being on the receiving end of the scoreline against Tom Becker in a last leg decider by 4-3.
Yeah, and the thing that Chris Wickenden will be telling himself is, although I've not played my best,
135.
I've had chances. Chris
180.
Wickenden bangs in the first max of this match.
$96. Christian required 130.
130. Can still do it. Treble for the ball. Not going to go this time around, but
58. Robbie required 170.
this is a big ask for Grundy. Looking at the fish. Not going to go.
134. Christian
Left on
required
72, but it's under significant pressure because Grundy is left double 18 after 12 against the darts. And so it's only going to be one dart in his hand. And that dart is going to be a double 16.
40.
Doesn't go. And so Grundy with
Robbie
the break
required
charts.
36.
This has been the story of Wickerden's day at the moment. He's had opportunities and not taken them. Will he be punished? As Grundy chases over for the 9s. I'm not sure what he can see of that. And that reaction says it all, H. Going to have to go high.
18. Chris, you require 32.
And so opportunity given back to Wickenden. 32. Needed for a 1-0 lead. It's a slight adjustment
Game shot on
across.
the first
Fires in the
leg.
double.
Chris
And
Wickenden.
Wickenden leads by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, maybe that'll just settle him down. The fact that he carved the opportunity and for once he wasn't punished. He may just feel that the tide has turned.
140.
But so far, overall on debut, I've been impressed with Rob Grundy. He's done well. He's around his ADC average
100.
in and around, which is what we were expecting from him. And he's delivered that.
Realistically, the only thing you can probably blot against him is those few missed doubles in the end against Jim Mai. He had the opportunity to get over the line in that one, wasn't able to. But other than that, there's a lot to
140.
really like about Rob Grundy. You know, we speak about players that play well on the floor and see how
96.
they translate it to the stage. Well, when you're playing to your floor numbers, you're doing exactly that.
It's a perfect first start, bottom of the bed.
121.
Clattered off the flight into the one there. Wasn't a poorly thrown dart. You saw the deflection.
$59. Rob, you require 100.
This would be for a potential 11 darter.
I'd stay there. I'm not sure if that's a
60.
safe dart at tops or he's attacked the treble. The way that dart was sat so much under it, I'm saying attack that dart for double 10.
140.
Well, again,
Rob,
he's
you
left
require
himself a
40.
double after 12, and this time he's the favourite for the leg. Tops are Grundy. Now double 10. His missed doubles beginning to become the story of his day
20.
because Wickenden is
Chris,
back
you
for
require
106 and the break.
106.
This would hurt. Does he stay there or does he go to the 18s? Stay there, and I think that's the right play. It's going to get a dart. A double 13, and it's
80.
clipped the wire.
Rob, you require
But
20.
I'm impressed with his ball management there because the way that dart was, sensible play from Wickeden.
He gave himself the best possible chance. And Grundy bump off
Game
that
shot on the
into
second
the
leg.
double. He
Rob
can do
Grundy.
exactly that. He levels up at 1 apiece, 17 dart leg. Good quality contest, this one. And it's level
Third
at 1
leg, it's Chris
apiece.
to throw first. Game
I'm
on.
enjoying this one. Both of them firing so far.
140.
It's been a game littered with big scores. The averages are reflective of that. 95 and 92 are the
60.
numbers respectively.
Downstairs here for cover.
46.
Slips the wrong side of the wire into the treble 7. But it's only really a 140 or better that hurts him.
100.
Not really enough. It's mad, isn't it, when you say a ton's not enough?
Says a lot about the standard when just one treble. It just never survives.
140.
That's all right, Chris.
So,
57.
Chris Wickenden 175, just looking to set this up and leave a nice little one darter.
$59.
So 116, what we like to call the Housen around here because of a week that he played here where he hit 6 116 finishes.
85. Christian required
Is Pugs
160.
an old school or a new school man? Old school.
Now that is not the lie he likes on the treble 20, and that is why he is going to come back with Grundy back on 199. It's the first leg in this game. He hasn't left a
41.
double after 12. The man from Hartlepool.
No, but look, the setup's not the best. So a big visit here could apply huge pressure to this 75.
95.
From 116,
Christian
you'd want to be
requires
better placed than
75.
75. Probably looking at treble 17. 18 for tops. He's going to get a dart for 2-1.
55.
Dragged it low.
Robbie required
This 104
104.
would be huge.
Grundy could do with an inspirational moment right about now. That's an excellent dart. It's going to give him a go at double 16 for the break for a
Aim shot on the
topper
third leg.
for Rob Grundy.
Rob Grundy.
And how big could that be? In the end of proceedings, Wickington couldn't clean up from the 116. Grundy mops up the 104. He leads 2-1 with a break.
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw first.
Fabulous
Game on.
finish from the man from Hartlepool. But that comes back to Chris Wickerden's setup from the 116, only leaving 75. It should have been a 1 or 2 dart combination, but he only got the 1 because he
60.
missed the treble.
Realistically, from there, the worst case now should be a single to double combination.
Absolutely. It's either you coming back for 3 clean or 1, as you say, 1 big number
96.
for a dart, your double of choice. And he paid the ultimate price.
140.
And Grundy is now beginning to make hay on the throw as well. Wickington could be in all sorts of trouble here.
Sometimes when you win a leg like that you were never in, and
58.
it's almost a freebie, and now you're like, oh, hang on a minute.
You start to fancy the job a little bit.
$60.
Needs a treble.
41.
And again, that one clattered off the flights.
And now things are looking very rosy for Grundy.
180.
First max of the match leads him on 61 after 12, and Chris Wickington is in all sorts of bother here. Grundy has made the mid-match move and has done so to some tune.
140.
Even the
Robbie
140
requires
means that
61.
Grundy's got 6 on this point to put himself a leg away.
Looks like a 7. Yep, it is. Going to get a dart at tops for 3-1.
21.
We'll be back, though.
Has the luxury of time with Wickington all the way back on 166. He can only hit and hope. He's not doing much hitting.
97.
Good recovery with the last, but
Robbie
Grundy back
required
for 3 more
40.
tops. The only thing that will give Wickington a sign of hope is that he's 2 from 10 on the doubles thus far.
This needs to be clean.
Game shot
and
on
it
the
is
fourth leg.
3-1.
Rob Grundy.
To the Hartlepool man. And nothing seems to faze him. Just the same tone all the
Fifth
time.
leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Just
Game
gets
on.
up, gets on with it. Okay, every now and then a little bit of a sigh of frustration if the score don't goes his way, but he doesn't dwell on it. There is a lot to like about Rob Grundy, and suppose the biggest surprise is we haven't seen too much of him
99.
before.
$45. 60. 43.
Well, 2 dry visits there for Grundy has opened up the door for Wickenden. Remember this leg on throw.
140.
That 140 means he's got a myriad of an advantage.
$140.
Ton 40 keeps him in touch.
$59.
So Wickenden 143 to bring it back to 3-2.
45.
And he's
Christian
going
Mackay,
to get
143.
6 from here to do exactly that.
$97.
So 46 to bring it back to 3-2 for Chris Wickenden.
41. Christian Mackay,
Grundy's had a
46.
real struggle in this leg, it has to be said. 15 darts thrown, he's not left himself on a finish, and so Wickenden to get one back on the board. He's going to get 2 in his hand for double 16 to bring it back to 3-2. Can he just
Game
bomb
Sean
it over the
Fittler.
top of that one? Yes,
Chris
is the
Wickenden.
emphatic answer. Back to 3-2. But Grundy has the darts now to seal the win.
Sixth there
A
gets Rob
win
to throw
that
first.
would put him
Game on.
onto 4 points. It'd mean that the table, as far as things would be concerned, is 3 players on 4 points, 2 players on 2, and then Chris Wickenden lodged on 0 points. Although Adam Mould takes on Jim Meyer
83.
in the next game. And Mould won that, then we would have 4 players tied on 4 points at the top of the group.
100.
That second one just dragged low. Now,
100.
because of the setup of Grundy, every single dart in terms of release has just got to be perfect, because there's going to be a lot of flight through the air because he's
100.
got a very short stem.
$45. $60.
But now it's beginning to get a bit tetchy. Now that's pitched perfectly for Grundy. Surely that is begging for a triple.
60.
No, it's not. And so Wickenden here potentially has 6 darts and 2-4-1 to send this game all the way to a decider.
$59. 59.
So Grundy first to have finished, but Wickenden can leave it much more makeable from this point. Send us all the way to a deciding leg. Now, you have had a couple of games go all the way to a decider, and the two players involved in this match have lost both of them. Chris Wickenden 4-3 to Tom Becker, whilst Grundy was on the wrong end of a 4-3 scoreline against Jim Meyer. Well, Grundy here, 1-5-4 for the match. When he stayed there, would he go treble 18? Treble 18 was the target of choice, and so Wickenden back for 86 to send us all the way to a deciding leg.
138.
And it is going to be under copious amounts of pressure. Another for the bull. For a Hail Mary.
61.
But it's not going to go. And so Grundy comes back
16.
for double 8 to get the job done, to seal a 4-2 success, to move him on to 4 points.
Game shot.
And Rod Grundy is a 4-2 victor against Chris Wickenden, and he now goes to the summit of the league table. Chris Wickenden, who was one of the favourites to progress his way through at the beginning of the day, has now lost each of his opening 3 matches. Rod Grundy makes it 2 wins from 3. He goes top of the pile. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Jim Meyer in action. He can move himself outright to the summit. He's the only unbeaten player left in Group C. He takes on Adam Mould after this short break.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, we saw Rod Grundy get the better of Chris Wickenden by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with an 84.03 average and 4 from 12 on the doubles, the 104 finish. Being the highlight. Next up for us, Jim Meyer, the only player unbeaten left in the group, taking on Adam Mould, who's played some of the best darts of the group so far.
Yeah, completely. And look, Jim Meyer's going to have to up his performance level. I know he's currently sat on 4 points, but the manner that Adam Mould has played in, even though he's only 1 on 1,
it's Adam to throw
has been considerably higher so far.
Mouldy has been the one with the ceiling. So one time you don't mind a Mouldy ceiling.
Yeah, he's played some super
45.
stuff.
And we were mentioning it off air. If you have a look at his averages in the ADC Vault series
60.
and other competitions, they're not much to write home about. But when he comes on this stage, something about him comes alive.
40.
He plays in excess of what we see in those particular tournaments.
Yeah, completely.
85.
And look, he just loves to entertain. We saw that when he was here and he won his week. He was giving it to the crowd. He was feeding off the crowd. And a bit like Adam Warner when he was here, they excel in this environment.
99.
Yeah, nice little night rain, Adam Mould won. He beat Ian Moss in that final. It was week 9 of Series 2.
123.
Actually, congratulated. He was in the crowd with him was his good friend from in and around the Aylesbury area, Jack Vincent.
96.
Not a bad part of the world, Aylesbury. Spent a little bit of time there last week.
Did you? I didn't realise you'd been out last
100.
week.
I must tell you where I went. Did I tell you?
Don't worry, I saw on Instagram.
134. Jim, you require
Only a couple of times.
133.
Mayer 133 for an opening leg break. Mould comes back for 87.
97. Adam, you require 87.
For an opening leg hold, but it's under copious amounts of pressure, so it's only going to be, well, that's a bonus. It's a dart at double 5.
No
But
score.
it strays the other side.
Jim, you require
And so Mayer
36.
is back for the break.
Made a mess of that. Will he be punished? Last start for Mayer.
8.
He's gone the wrong side of the wire.
Adam, you
Adam
require
Mould gets another
87.
chance, but because he busted his score, he's all the way back.
He has to start again. Double 5 again.
77.
And this time it's pitched from far above.
Jim, you require 28.
This is usually an excellent guide for Jim. Readjusts is too far across. Double 7.
Aim shot on the first
And it is
leg.
1-0
Jim
to the
Meyer.
Luxembourgian. 21 dart break, but he's on the board, importantly.
Second leg, it's Jim
Yeah,
to
he won't
throw
care how many
first.
darts it
Game
was.
on.
To him, he's just broken the Adam Mould throw. That's the important thing. And we were saying how well Mould had played.
100.
The radar just wasn't firing. The scoring phase of leg 1 was a little bit horrific, shall we say, for him.
125.
A little bit off. It was a little bit mouldy, you could say.
100.
But early stages, Jim Meyer is going to have to up the scoring level because I think Mould will.
97.
Already in this leg, it's vastly improved.
When you look at his daily averages, it's as good as anyone's.
78.
95.43, 89.8. Although he has had a bit of a break between game 2 and game 3. His second game finished around about
134.
20 past 2. We're now at around about 20 to 4 here in the United Kingdom, British summertime. So he's had about
83.
an hour and 20 minutes
Adam, you
between
require
drinks.
145.
And now wants the 145 to level up at 1 apiece, but it's not going to go on this occasion.
$59. Jimmy require 140. $40. Adam, you require 86.
To break straight back. It's in. So it recomposes for a dart at double 7.
72.
Couldn't have got
Jimmy
much
require
closer.
100.
Close. Yet so far. Is he going to get punished by Meyer? He's not going to back the break up with a hold. Went top. It's not going to happen on this occasion. And so
60.
Mould is going to
Adam, you
return for the
require
double 7
14.
to level up at 1 apiece. Can he
No
find a
score.
way of squeezing it in? He
Jimmy
almost did
required
find a way
40.
between the two. And so Meyer back for
Aim shot on the
tops,
second
finding the
leg.
tops,
Jim Meyer.
and then he leads 2-0. And he is halfway towards making it 3 wins from 3 to kickstart his
Third leg,
day
it's
and
Adam to
to
throw first.
put him
Game
into
on.
pole position in the group.
Yeah, and it's a huge opportunity missed there for Adam Mould. He will feel he should be level. Made all the running in that leg.
100.
And on that 86, you kind of feel he may have preferred a dart of the ball than the double 7. Because even if he misses the ball, he can then come back and set it up to something more preferable than what he actually had to throw at.
140.
And he starts at double, Adam Mould, in this game. Hasn't really been in nice places. Double 5, double 7. And because his darts kick up,
100.
if you miss on the outside, it makes the bed so much smaller.
Yeah, so much more work to do.
100.
So this is the culmination of the third round of
180.
fixtures, and we'll have a good little look at how the table lies. It's going to be a table which, as things stand, will look very good for Jim Meyer. He's
Adam
on 6
Mackay,
points,
121.
and he'll have a bit of a gap from everybody else. But Mould has 6 darts on 1-2-1 to pull one back. This is the leg with the darts, mind.
77. $97.
So is he going to be going loco in Acapulco, or is he going to have a spree on the double 16?
Needs to hit this, just for confidence.
36.
You could see there.
Jimmy Rakai, 104.
It's just not there.
They felt a little bit rushed, dare I say.
This is huge.
Game
Oh
shot
my.
on the third leg. Jim Meyer.
Jim Meyer, 3-0, double breaker throw, ton-topping finish. Every mistake Adam Mould has made,
Fourth leg, it's Jim to
Jim
throw
Meyer has
first. Game
punished
on.
to the maximum.
And maybe in back-to-back games, we're going to be seeing 104 finishes completely change the complexion of a game. Will Grundy hit one of them to really stop Chris
83.
Wickenden in his tracks in our previous match. And Jim Meyer has obtained the double breaker throw and has the darts to seal a 4-0 success against Adam Mould, who,
57.
well, after that first game against Tom Becker, we thought could well be the man to beat. Well, it could well be 2 subsequent defeats after that.
100.
Yeah, and the impressive thing from Meyer is he's never panicked once. Yes, Mould has had darts at a double, but
100.
Meyer's just gone, you miss, I hit.
He is getting
180.
better as the game goes along as well. 15 darter in the last, left himself on a finish after 9, and Mould
120.
needed a max just to punt anything in
Jimmy
response.
Rakai, 138.
He's galloping towards the line. Another. It's not going to go, but he can leave this handy. 18s.
80.
I think he may have miscounted there.
Had a few of them this week.
Nothing Adam Mould can do.
100.
Jim Meyer
Jimmy
will get
Rakai,
match starts.
58.
2 at tops.
Game
Only needs the
shots
one.
and the match.
And that is a
Jim
sublime
Meyer.
performance from Jim Meyer. The stats may only be in and around what we expect from him, but the manner of the performance, a 4-0 win over Adam Mould, and Jim Meyer is right in the mix for this Group C title. Coming up after the break, we are going to see John Worsley against Chris Wickenden.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the last 3 results have really started to shape this group. John Worsley, who's about to play again, a 4-0 winner over Tom Becker just a few matches ago. Then Rob Grundy getting the better of Chris Wickenden. But Jim Mayer winning 4-0 against Adam Mould. That means he's now won all 3 of his matches and is therefore top of the table. A perfect record for him. The ADC Europe representative from Luxembourg really emerging as a man to beat in this group. However, Worsley can join him on 6 points if he gets the better of Wickenden here, who of course is in desperate need of a win. And to talk you through this and all of the remaining games, he's back to Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. H, we just got our breath back from that last game, that Mayer has certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons there in the manner that he's just dismantled Adam Mould 4-0.
He's dismantled Adam Mould 4-0, and he did it without any kind of a flick of emotion, without any kind of fanfare
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
He's quietly gone about his business, but he's not going to be allowed to do it any more quietly anymore, because he's now on 6 points. He's the only unbeaten player in the group now. And Chris Wickenden at the other end of the Richter scale, well, he needs to find a winning quickly, but he's up against John Worsley, who's put in one of the best averages we've seen for a couple of weeks, 105.47 in a 4-0 win against Tom Becker last time out.
58.
Yeah, and we've seen Chris Wickenden. He's played some good stuff, but just missed key opportunities. But he's had those opportunities. It's just a matter of he needs to start taking them, otherwise time's going to run out.
Well, it's been timing, hasn't it? That's been the key issue for Chris Wickenden. And Group C is the most ruthless group we have at the Super Series, because it's 2 days and only the top 2 go through. So a bad start on Thursday really puts you up against it, where it's opposed to tonight in Group B, where we have 5 players in action and 3 go through. You 45. Can go through losing as many games as you win by and large.
Yeah, and already in this opening
100
leg, John Worsley is in control on throw. Down to a finish after 12. And it's only a max here that can get Wickenden back in this leg.
140. John, you require 156.
It taps the shoulder, but Worsley's got 6 on 156. They only need the 3, because that's sat perfectly for another. That pitch just above, and so it's all about the setup here from now on for John Worsley.
100.
Needs another treble to apply decent pressure.
85. John, you require 56.
Worsley looking at 16 and tops for the opener. 10s, last start.
46.
Doesn't take it out.
Pressure required 96.
And so Wickenden has an opportunity to get that opening leg break at 96. It's going to be 2 in hand at double 18. This would be a real pinch. That's a real snatch.
80. John, you require 10.
And that became a real mess.
Worsley now. The tricky 5s. Is that a good guide? I'm not sure it is. To move right across. How much can he see?
No score. Christian requires 16.
Not enough. And Wickenden comes back on his favoured southwest side of the board, double 8. He can just bump that across, can he?
Game shot.
Yes, is the answer. And Chris Wickenden with a real steal, it has to be said, of an opening leg, because John Worsley absolutely dominated proceedings in the scoring phase. 4 times to lead himself down to a finish, but then was unable to convert from 5 opportunities, and Wickenden leads 1-0.
Is that the moment that turns
100.
Chris Wickenden's Group C around? He'd been missing those opportunities that he'd been given. but this time around, he was the one that was given the opportunity.
54.
It wasn't pretty, but he took it.
Doesn't have to be pretty sometimes, it just has to be done. A reminder what we're going to see tonight in Group B. We're going to see Darren Johnson, Darryl Pilgrim and Martin Turner enter proceedings. Darryl Pilgrim the favourite with the bookmakers to go on and win the week. Odds as short as 5-2 to do that. And they're going to be joined by David Kerwin and Steve Brown, who played in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. The coverage gets underway this evening from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube
66.
channel. I think we're both really looking forward to seeing Darryl Pilgrim in action. He's kind of become one of the best players about tour card. Not going to become the first player in the Super Series to make 3 Champions Weeks.
He is, but then there'll also be the counteract to that. He's made 2 already and not really had the impact that he's made in getting there. Does that make sense? But look, Darryl's a fabulous player and he's in that conversation of one of the best players around not to have a tour card right now.
Well, as you feel, he's in that conversation himself. He puts himself in the conversation 64. In this leg, forcing Wickenden to take out the 64. And it's going to be 2 at 2-8s. With 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second
again, he
leg.
manages to use that bumper to some aplomb. He leads 2-0. Work for Worsley to do.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, daylight between the pair right now. And despite that 180 from Worsley, it was Wickenden who held the composure when it mattered.
$100.
You just feel this is a huge moment in this Group C already.
Well, effectively, if Wickenden loses this and then Worsley pulls himself clear in the equation and moves himself onto 6 points, then he's going to be right up against it. But if he can win this one, well, he just conjoins the group together a little bit. And, well, basically, when you lose your first couple of games in a group, you need chaos from the rest point onwards.
92.
So far, leg 3 has the same kind of feel as leg 1. Worsley in control. But this time, will he pass up the opportunity?
58. John, you require 148.
6 from 148. Can you bump one over 60. The top? No is the answer. Although he has got sands of time.
$140.
Even a 140 does nothing.
88.
And so 88 for John Worsley. It's going to be 2 in his hand, a double 14, and now double 7.
74.
But he is going to come back.
Again, there's an argument to bust the score and go back to 14s because Wickenden isn't on a finish.
137.
Pressure's applied.
John, you require 14.
And all of a sudden, this double 7 shrinks. Can he just go over the top of dart 1?
Game
yes
shot
is
the
the answer.
leg.
Fabulous third
John
dart
Worsley.
from the Womble. Back to within 1. And after the setup play
Fourth leg,
from Wickenden, that's a huge dart H.
That is a huge moment because Wickenden was threatening the double break. He was threatening 3-0 and could well right now be throwing for the match.
47.
You may feel that's another rub of the green that's gone against him.
To be fair, the way John Worsley starts sit, dart 1 was perfect.
59.
Well, both players are quite similar in that aspect. If it just dips below, they got the perfect bumper. Bit like that dart there. One says.
He's not used it.
Though the art of stacking in the sport amongst younger players, it seems to be a little bit of a dying art.
Yes, because it's so hard to control. Because the way most of them do it with a slimmer flight or something along those lines, as Wickenden piles in his first max. Because they use a slimmer flight, they travel through the air quicker, so the darts are harder to control. That we've seen players just change their grip slightly for the flatty, and I get that in one-off situations, and I'm a big fan of it. But trying to deliberately change your style, I'm not sure is a good thing. Because holding a dart is like holding a pen. Once you've kind of worked it out,
84.
It's set in stone. So when you're deliberately trying to manipulate that all the time, it doesn't kind of work for me.
You saw Luke Littler try and do that in a game, and he very quickly reverted back to type.
Pressure required,
Still hit 6 1/8s in that game, I should state.
I say he still did hit 180 stacking them, but look, some people are just born natural, aren't they?
Some people are freaks.
58.
Wickenden down to 72 to re-establish this two-leg lead.
59. Christian requires 72.
Left himself on a finish just in case, but Wickenden is going to get 2 in his hand, a double 6 for a 3-1 lead. Now that time he hasn't got a bumper.
Game shot.
But he still finds a double.
Chris
He leads
Wickenden.
3-1. He is on the cusp, is Chris Wickenden, of his first win of the group.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw
this keeps
first.
him in
Game on.
contention as well. This keeps him alive.
This is a defeat he can ill afford.
100.
As far as John Worsley's concerned, the story of his game is 1 from 10 when it came to the doubling. There's
39.
opportunities early on, but it feels like Wickenden's the man in the running now.
Yeah, he just showing his composure right
92.
now. I say that and then he starts snatching.
Curse of the commentator.
41.
Worsley has breathing space in this leg, but this would only be a hold. He still has to forge the opportunity
58.
on the Wickenden throw.
$93. $81.
Again, Worsley leaves himself on the fish, but this time he's got the luxury of time.
100. John, you require 170.
So 6 from here to bring it back to 3-2. That first dart was far from kind.
93.
Having a chase around the ball, but finds the treble in the end.
Going to say that Wickenden could have applied a lot of pressure
125.
to this 77.
John, you require
He's applied
77.
some, but it could have been better. Going to get one dart here at tops.
57.
He can't take it.
Chris, you require 103.
Chris Wickenden may get a match start at the end of this combination.
To pick up his first win of the group. Drags it wide of the mark. There is still an opportunity here. If he can find the treble here, it would have given him a dart at double 19. And so Worsley to bring it back to
79.
3-2.
John, you require 20.
Lifeline for Worsley. Can he take it? Looking at double 10.
Game shot on
Second
the
dart in
free
hand.
play.
He does it.
John Worsley.
Cuts the gap to within one again. But this is Chris Wickerden's moment. He now has the darts
6 gets Chris to throw first.
to seal
Game on.
the points. Or can the Womble forge a break-back opportunity?
Well, this is the leg, isn't it, as far as Chris Wickenden is concerned?
100.
This is his battle. This is his moment. This is his time.
Our ton's going to be enough, though, because we know that Worsley can go
100.
berserk, as we saw in his last game.
He's got enigmatic streaks in him. But his streaks haven't been long, have they? As long as we've seen from him
140.
in the past.
$30.
Now, this is a bona fide chance. It's more than a chance.
100.
It is. I'm more likely got 6 darts for the match territory.
$100. Christian required 161.
So you've got time, Chris, to get the job done. Doesn't have to go for it. We'll never get the answer as to whether he would or not.
97.
I don't think he would have done. I think he'd have laid up.
He's a smart player like that. And so it's all going to be about the 16s corridor to get the job done for Chris
135.
Wickenden.
Christian
For
required
4-2 win.
64.
His first win of the group.
It's hit the treble. Recomposes. Double 8 for his first 2 points.
Game,
and he
shot,
seals it.
and the
Last
match.
dart in hand. Chris Wickenden is up and running in Group C with what could be a huge 2 points. He seals the deal, but coming up after the break, we're going to see Jim Meyer against Tom Becker.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
And welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV and our YouTube channel. Group C is really starting to take shape now. Every player has points on the board. Jim Meyer in action now, looking to go 4 from 4. He's our current leader on 6 points. Perfect record so far. But everyone else in that chasing pack will still feel they can get to Saturday night's final.
First leg, it's Jim
so
to
far,
throw first.
it's been a
Game
thrilling
on.
day's action so far.
It really has. And as you mentioned, no one's been cut adrift as of yet. There was a worry for Chris Wickenden, and if he lost that game, that could have been the case. But Jim Meyer,
60.
you have to say, has probably been the player that's impressed the most, because he's backed up what he did yesterday into today. And we sometimes see from players then struggle and then have a good day to then revert back to tight. But it's been the exact opposite for Mayer, who seems to be getting better every day here at the Super Series.
Yeah, he's certainly growing in confidence, and
97.
yesterday was the birth of that, winning 4 from 5, and now 3 from 3 so far today. All of a sudden, are we getting a new favourite
60.
in this group?
Well, if he wins this one, which he's very much odds on to do, well, he's 1-7 on to do. Tom Becker's 9-2 in a 2-horse race. Then he's on 8 points no matter what overnight. He then takes on John Worsley in the last match. So effectively, he can
100.
put himself in a position where he's probably a couple of wins away tomorrow from making Saturday night.
And the way this group's looking as well,
59.
it may be a low points total that gets you there, because they're all capable of taking points off each other. I don't see anyone running away with this.
There is perhaps an argument for 1 or 2 players down the bottom end of the
60.
table, hoping that Jim Meyer goes a bit crazy so that he runs off in the sunset. He does the damage against other players, and so they all jostle for that one spot.
140.
Or the other school of thought will be that Jim doesn't add anything to his points tally, and then tomorrow it is absolutely game on for everything.
60.
We want
Jimmy requires
carnage.
60.
Meyer wants 60 for the first leg. He wants tops. Now double 10.
Game shot the
1-0
first leg.
to Jim Meyer in this all Luxembourgian battle.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Well, they speak 3 languages in Luxembourg. Well, the word yes means the same in every single one of them.
100.
It was a comfortable hold of throw for Meyer. Can he replicate that now on the
41.
Becker throw?
Possibly playing Jim, even though he's the table topper. Well, this may be the
100.
right game for Tom Becker right now, because he is having his struggles. He is having his moments. Maybe someone with a bit of familiarity. Good friends, these two as well, off the hockey. Maybe that could be a
45.
help for Tom at the minute.
Yeah, possibly playing a familiar face, someone that you're comfortable with.
60. 100.
Feel that if Becker is to get anything from this, that he has to hold here and just settle into this game,
60.
because chasing Jim Meyer at 2-0, I don't really fancy his chances.
Well, he's shown altogether, Jim Meyer, how good a front runner he is. He's
60.
once he's managed to get his way in front, not really been able to be caught back by anybody else. And more crucially as well, is he's been playing his best darts today as
100.
the finishing line approaches. But Becker is first to the finish in this one. 81 with the darts to level up at 1 apiece.
60. Tom, you require 81.
This is a big moment for me. This has to go drama-free.
21.
But like all good soaps, there's another twist.
You need a doof button in here.
81. Tommy requires 60.
No, Maya is in striking range. Can he work off of that?
20.
No is the
Jim, you
answer.
require 114.
Treble 18. Not going to get a dart at tops H, so Becker will be back.
58.
Becker gets his
Tommy
call at
requires
tops.
40.
Double 19. Well, that is messy. That is
24.
crazy. And now Maya is back for
Jimmy
56 with a 2-0
56.
lead.
To nick a phrase from our friend and colleague Chris Mason. Oh dear.
$46.
Oh dear.
Tommy requires 16.
That's awkward.
No
And
score.
that's the reason, because it's dragged in
Jimmy
off of the
required
dart.
10.
So Maya is back for a 2-0 lead. Double 2.
Game
It's
shot on the
found.
second
Maya
leg.
leads 2-0.
Jim
Becker
Maya.
had his chances. He had 6 chances in the end to get over the line in that leg. But they come and they go, and Maya has a 2-0 advantage.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw
And we
first.
said when he went for the
Game on.
81, this needed to be drama-free. And it wasn't.
That was an omnibus of soap drama. Bit of a shamnibus, actually.
140.
Yeah, now the writing could be on the wall.
$44.
Misses like that can
58.
just be confidence draining. And when the tank's not full anyway.
$41.
And just from that shot there, they are low darts as well.
$133.
Maya's just been able to just up the ante a little bit more in this leg.
$81.
Pretty much got
Jimmy
as much time as he
required
wants from the
170. 58.
Comes up dry. Not that's going to make a big impact.
Because
100. Jimmy
looking at
required 112.
for 3-0. Needs to go to the right. He's just clattered off of the dart.
40.
Tungsten trying to go through tungsten doesn't normally work.
They don't bounce into each other very well, do they?
$100.
So, for a 3-0
Jimmy
lead,
requires 72.
16's route composes double 12. That looks a great guide.
60.
Over adjusted though.
Tommy required 135.
well, it has to be said, this is quite unlikely. But it could happen.
That was close to the intended target.
83. Jimmy
But
required 12.
Didn't hit. And Maya coming back for 3-zip. I think that's awkward. For a right-hander, that blocks the bed.
Game shot
That's
on
a
the third
fabulous
leg.
recovery
Jim
dart.
Maya.
Jim Maya from a difficult angle. Pins double 6. 3-0
Fourth leg, it's
And it's a
Tom to
leg
throw
away
first. Game on.
from 8 points and 4 from 4.
Tom Becker looks on at the scoreboard and he will not be liking the reading of it.
It's turning into a horror
59.
novel.
It's just beginning to become a little bit unsavoury now for Tom Becker, who We must remember
58.
won 3 out of his first 4 matches on Monday morning in Group A. But it's not quite happened for him since then.
45. 36.
'Becca needs to find something to cling on to here. Something to give him some
85.
confidence.
And even if he tries to do that, Jim May will do something
180.
like that.
Jim Meyer has all the answers right now. 227 points
60.
away from a bagel.
Is it a bit too late in the day for a bagel, Phil?
Nah.
86.
Nice bit of carbonara between sessions today. Not for you?
Asian cuisine for me.
60.
Respectable.
Jimmy required 141.
This to make it 4 wins and 4. He's got 6 and 141, Jim Meyer.
He's going to need them.
82.
Dragged that last start, but he's still on a single to double combination with Tom Becker. Nowhere near. So here we go,
Jimmy
H.
required
19 for
59.
tops.
Tops to make it 4 from 4 with a 4-0 win.
39.
But it won't be completed just
Tommy
yet. And Tom
required
Becker
132.
needs something special to keep this game alive.
The champagne shot. 57 would have given him a dart at the ball,
60.
but Meyer coming
Jimmy
back
required 20.
for double 10. Now he's chasing 5s. That's the danger.
16.
Is this the lifeline that Becker
Tommy
needed?
requires 72.
Should get a dart. And he is going to get a dart at double 16
56.
to keep the game alive.
Jimmy required
It comes
4.
and it goes, and Meyer is back for double 2 for the win. They say they never lose.
No
But
score.
they won't secure the win, and somehow that doesn't go in.
Tommy requires 16.
We had to look twice. No. Becker looking at double 4,
No score.
but he's dragged it low.
Jimmy
Busted
required
score.
4.
And Jim returns.
Game,
And this
shot,
time,
and
Jim
the
Meyer
match. Jim
pins
Meyer.
double 2 to seal a 4-0 victory and move top of Group C. 4 wins from 4, 8 points. Coming up after the break, we'll see Rob Grundy against Adam Mould.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jim Meyer made it 4 wins from 4 with a 4-0 success against Tom Becker in the all-Luxembourgian battle. Next up for us, the final match in this 4th round of fixtures, and it sees Rob Grundy in action up against Adam Mould. The bookmakers priced the pair at 5 to 6, each of 2, and as far as the day's concerned for both players, Rob Grundy 2 wins so far from his 3 matches, whilst Adam Mould got out the gates flying against Tom Becker, 95.5 average, but has proceeded to lose his subsequent couple of matches.
Yeah, and Adam Mould needs a reaction here. Doesn't want to give himself too much to do tomorrow.
140.
Just looking at the table, if it was to be Adam Mould who wins this
140.
one, Jim Meyer has a 4-point cushion at the top of the table, all having played the same amount of games.
You can effectively put a couple of toenails into Saturday night's
85.
final. We said, didn't we, if he can bring
85.
the level that he put in at points yesterday, he'd stand himself a chance. He's done exactly that. He's in the equation for qualification. There's no doubt about that. Although, if you get the look at this table right now and you think
95.
this could get very tight towards the line.
Yeah, going down the stretch tomorrow could be interesting.
180.
Mould with the match's first max, leave himself on 96 after 9 against the darts.
100. Adam, you require 96.
Can he find the break at the earliest possible opportunity? Will stay there like the live for double eight, and so Grundy's going to get the opportunity now on 81 to hold
81.
throw.
Last time he went 15s H. Is that his MO? Nope, he switched. 62, 12 for ball.
42.
Can't find it, so Adam Mould
40.
comes back for a break.
Tops.
Game
For
shot
1-0 to Adam
leg.
Mould. It's a
Adam
14
Mould.
dart break and throw. Really good leg that from Adam Mould as he gets up and running, walking straight back down the hockey.
Second leg, it's Adam
Assigned
to
to
throw
Rob
first.
Grundy.
Game on.
That I have just broken you, sir.
I like it when they do that. It's like, yeah. Yes, I did just break you.
140.
You stand there and watch me throw some more darts. The worst person to be broken by is Matthew
100.
Edgar, because first of all, he'll celebrate for about 20 seconds before then walking back down the hockey to make sure you double down on the fact that he's broken you and then proceed to throw again. If he hits a maximum, then
100.
you're just going to be bowed down to him.
$80.
That's unlucky. That's just hit the flight trying to torpedo its way towards the treble.
96. $95.
165, so can't finish, but can leave this very handy. 19 or 11, what's your MO?
125.
I don't want to get too excited just yet. Look at the average from Adam Mould.
Aye, aye, aye. That's all I'll say about the average for Adam Mould.
96. Adam, you require
Tops
40.
after 12. Going to be back-to-back 14s.
Game
yes,
shot
is
on
the
the second
answer. It's a
leg.
hold for
Adam
Mould
Mould.
to lead 2-0, and that'll make Grundy a little bit grumpy.
You know you're
Third
playing
leg, it's
well
Rob to
when
throw
you hit
first.
a double
Game on.
and it takes 4 points off your average.
I like it when players do the same leg back-to-back because you can work out the average a little bit easier. Back-to-back 14s means 107.36 average for Adam Mould. Grundy finds his first max. He's in excess of a ton himself.
Yeah, and I've been really impressed with Rob on debut here because we've seen many more established players come here and struggle on debut. But he hasn't. He's come and take everything in his stride and he's looked comfortable at times.
Maybe he's going to give us something special. That first dart
100
means he's got the opportunity for the 9.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Remember, it's only Conor Heenahan that's hit an official
100
9-darter.
Rob, you require 141.
In the live lounge. Rob Grundy, over to you. 141. Oh, where's the pantomime booing button?
The car park is round the back, Phil.
I said pantomime.
57.
The theatre is 5-minute drive away.
100.
But there's no clowning around here
Robbie
because Rob
84.
Grundy, who was threatening the 9, is going to have to take this 84 out. Otherwise, he's going to have the double break threat straight in his face. It's going to be a dart at the bull.
49. Adam, you
What's going on
require
here?
81.
He was on the 9. Now he could be 3-0 down. 62. 12 for the bull.
$56.
Dip the
Robbie
25.
required 35.
Get a leg on the board. 2 at 16s. It just goes into the free bed.
Game
But that
shot
flies
the third
into the
leg.
double 16.
Rob
It's
Grundy.
2-1. And that was the worst leg that we've seen in the match. 15 darts on the back of the two
Fourth leg, it's
14s that
Adam to
Adam
throw
had to
first.
open up the
Game
2-0
on.
lead. A high quality contest. These are the averages going into leg 4. 2 maximums apiece.
140.
Adam Mould's getting better. He's moving into the region of 112 now.
I think he got the hump that John Worsley outshone him.
137.
This is proper darts.
41.
That was a huge leg, though, for Rob Grundy because there's nothing worse than when you're on the 9 and if you lose the leg, it's soul destroying.
180.
Especially when he's had to work hard to even carve open the opportunity. 137, 180 against the Mould
57.
darts. And suddenly Mouldy's having a little bit of an off leg and Grundy can take full advantage to try and get the break back which he's lost.
60.
Tees up 1-2-4. How much pressure can Adam Mould apply? Work it out properly, Adam. And does.
93. Robbie required 124.
So, will it be a dart of the ball or something better? Or not at all?
And this would be a real kick in the solar plexus for
84.
Rob Grundy
Adam, you
if Adam
require
Mould could find the fish here.
170.
He's left tops after 12. And he's going to get a go to get the break back and to level up at 2 apiece.
94.
Tops for Grundy.
Robbie required 40.
For a level game. Is that awkward because of the way his darts lie? Yes is the answer. Now 10's last dart.
Game shot on the fourth
Fabulous
leg.
dart from Rob Grundy. Does level us up at 2 apiece. We are back on throw. And that was huge, H, because Adam Mould was sat there waiting to pounce.
Fifth leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
He was sat fair on 76 to strike and open up a 3-1 lead, but Grundy returns the game to throw. It means he's the new favourite once again with the darts in the 5th. Back-to-back 15s from Grundy on the back of back-to-back 14s for Adam Mould. It's been a high-quality contest here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you want to watch some of these top players in the amateur system go toe-to-toe...
26.
Well, come and join us on a Saturday night here. We're at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on the south coast of England in Hampshire. Doors open from 6:30 every Saturday night. Play begins 7:30 p.m.
99.
That QR code is how to scan your tickets. It'll send you to a website called dartshot.tv where you can get tickets at every single Saturday, and including Champions Week,
96.
which takes place on Saturday, the 5th of August. And we've already got some cast lists for that. Danny Lowby, Reece Robinson, Neil Duff, Colin Osborne, Steve West, Barry Van Peer, Annie Bolton, Luke Littler and Jelle Klassen.
121.
All going to be a part of the big occasion. But who's going to join the list from week 10?
This has been some turnaround here
41.
for the Hartlepool man. 2-0 down. And now he's on course for 3 on the spin.
$96.
Mould has got nothing in response. Even a maximum doesn't put a dent in realistically. It puts them on a finish.
Rob, you require
But
85.
Grundy's still in cruise control.
45 for tops. Perfect first start. And again, because of the way they sit, he's got to go to one. Pick your side.
45.
It's unlucky.
Adam, you require 158.
Well, this would be a seismic shock to the system of Rob Grundy, but the 158 isn't going to go. We're actually now going to have our first leg over the 15 dart mark,
Rob,
no matter what happens
40.
here. Grundy comes back for tops of 3-2.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Only
Rob
needs the
Grundy.
one. 5 legs in. 14, 14, 15, 15, 16. So by law of averages, this one's going to be 16H.
So what's the last leg going to be if that's a 16 in the favour of Adam Mould?
140.
So we enter leg 6, even with an off leg. Adam Mould's still averaging 103.5 here. And getting beat.
140.
Such is the standard of the Super Series. And it could have been so easy for Rob Grundy. 2-0 down.
44.
The back-to-back 14s for Adam Mould. It could have been so easy for him to cave in.
Yeah, he's really showing what he's about. And I was looking at his
60.
county record for Cleveland this year, playing in the A. Won 6 out of 9, very respectable in Division 1. Played some good stuff there,
96.
although it's harder to find some results and things like that, but we managed to find it in the end.
The powers of research.
25.
The worst bit about that bounce out was that dart was smack bang in the treble 20 bed.
$46.
2 travel visit would get Grundy down to a throw. To finish, sorry, throw. He's going to do better than that.
140.
You're turning into Paul Hinks there with a faux play.
You know when you keep looking at something out the corner of your eye trying to do 2 things at
100.
once? It's like,
Rob, you require 136.
Oh, I've been there many a time, Phil. Don't worry about that.
I was like watching, trying to read something out. 1, 3, 6. 2 treble 20s. It's not going to go. So Adam Mould should
96.
get at least one
Adam, you
dart
require
to take us the
75.
distance. 18 for tops. Tops for 3 all.
55.
And he's missed.
Rob,
And
you require
despite a
40.
rip-roaring start to the match, Rob Grundy has got 3 darts at tots for a 4-2 win. He's made a charge towards the line.
Game,
And
shots,
what a pattern
and the match.
of
Rob
events here.
Grundy.
Adam Mold raced into a 2-0 lead with a pair of 14s. Rob Grundy brought it back to 2 apiece with a pair of 15s and finished off the job with 2 16-dart legs. And it equates to this tail of the tape. A 95.63 average for Rob Grundy, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. For Adam Mold, 3 max was 97.5 average, but it is Grundy who picks the points up. It's going to be work to do for Adam Mold. Coming up after the break, Jim Meyer has the opportunity to make it 10 points for the day to complete the card if he can get the better of John Worsley.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
MODUS Super Series, where there are just 3 fixtures left to fulfil on Thursday. And Jim Meyer is about to take on John Worsley. More on that in a moment. Adam Mold, Chris Wickenden, Tom Becker and Rob Grundy. And as you can see, Meyer is looking to make it a clean sweep. He won 4 of his 5 matches yesterday. In fact, kind of went under the radar because he did end up in Group C. But in the group, he's top of the table. He's won 4 of his 4 games, looking to make it 5 from 5, going 1 better than that record yesterday. But he does take on the man who was favourite to win this group before a dart was thrown. In 3rd place there, John Worsley, who might feel he really needs a win to take in tomorrow. So let's get the action underway with Henry Deacon and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Chris. And here we go, everyone. Strap yourselves in. Our final round of fixtures for this session in Group C. And you just get the feeling that John Worsley has to win this game to realistically keep his hopes alive, because if he
First leg,
loses,
it's Jim to throw
he's
first.
then 6 points away
Game
from top.
on.
That's a huge mountain to climb tomorrow.
And also the fact that Rob Grundy takes on Tom Becker, who, it has to be said, is struggling today. And so there's a real possibility that he could find himself 6 and 4 points behind the top 2, respectively, no matter what. And when we thought things were just beginning to get a little bit tight, we may see 2 players just begin to run away with proceedings. If Meyer is successful in this one and Grundy can get the better of
60.
Becker, it'd then be down to the other 4 players to really make an assault on the last day and then hope for results elsewhere to go their way.
60.
Yeah, this is a really big half an hour or so in Group C. As you alluded to, Henry, we could either have 2 players clear at the top, or we could have a fairly congested table.
100.
I have to kind of spare a word for Adam Mold today, because if you actually look at some of the performances that he's put in,
81.
2 points feels an unfair reflection.
Sport's not always fair.
Life's not fair. Was that too deep for this time of day?
Yeah, it's not
42.
even 5 o'clock yet, H.
That's more a midnight conversation.
Just looking at this, that's a huge
100.
start from Jim Meyer to leave a finish, and John Worsley has got work to do here and slow out the blocks.
139. Jim, you require 160.
Needs a treble.
45.
Is
John,
that
you
a
require
mistake?
160.
Can Worsley find something big out of the locker? Not on this occasion, but I was going to say, can he set up?
23.
No is the answer, and Surveyor comes back for
Jim, you require
115
150.
for the opening leg. Gonna give himself a dart at tops.
95. John, you require 137.
57. Tops would have been his MO.
47. Jim, you require 20.
For the opening leg on throw.
Game
Jim
shot
Meyer
on the
pins
first
double
leg.
10.
Jim Meyer.
He's now 3 legs away from a perfect day.
And importantly as well,
Second leg, it's John to throw
because
first.
he beat Tom
Game
Becker
on.
4-0, the legs difference as far as he's concerned. As things stand, as it is live, this is the current state of the league table. He would move on to plus 4 as things stand with any kind of victory.
99.
If he can get a big victory, well, if he does it by the margin of 4-0, then he'd have a 9-point lead in that particular demographic over Rod Grundy before he takes on Tom Becker.
45.
10, 6 and 4, the top three, as you can see. The bottom half of the table all find themselves on 2 points as things stand as live.
83. 100. 93.
It's a big last start there from Worsley. Keeps his nose in front with the darts.
134. 59.
Interestingly as well, the last game Meyer lost was against John Worsley,
John, you
4-0.
require 167.
Since then, it's 9 of the best.
$54. Jim, you require 82.
Dart of the ball.
57.
Doesn't
John,
go,
you require
but
113.
this 113 is going to have to go. Happy accident.
53.
And interestingly as
Jim,
well,
you
this would be
require
for 11 legs
25.
in a row for Jim Meyer. No, the double comes at the end, Jim. So it's going to be 3 for double 2. Well, it's not
No
even going to be
score.
that.
John, you require 60.
He's bust the score and Worsley comes back for 60.
Is that the turning point? Can Worsley punish?
40.
No is the
Jim,
answer.
you require 25.
It's double 4.
21.
It doesn't go and Worsley comes back.
John, you require 20.
Worsley needs to pin this.
Game shot on
And
the
does
second
level
leg.
at 1 apiece.
John Worsley.
John Worsley has dodged a bullet there. Jim Meyer.
Third leg, it's Jim to
more
throw
than an
first.
opportunity
Game on.
to double his advantage.
That was a leg that reeked of the tension of a last game of the day that has huge consequences on it.
40. 100. 40.
There's a opportunity here for the Womble.
92.
He's in front on the Mayor darts.
140.
That basically keeps the leg level pegging.
99.
Could do with a 2 treble visit here, Jim.
He needs to find something.
100.
You just feel leg 2 is in the forefront of his mind right now. He knows he could and probably should be 2-0 up.
180.
Well, the max leads him on double 15 for the break of throw.
100. John, you require 30. Game shot on the third leg.
13 darter,
John
break of throw.
Worsley.
Worsley leads 2-1 and is halfway towards imposing a first defeat of the day
Fourth
upon
leg,
Jim
it's
Meyer.
John to throw first. Game on.
And the Womble's one of those players that give him a sniff.
140.
He's all over it.
Seems to be a little bit more zip as well in the
100.
action of John Worsley. Seems to be fine, just that marginal bit quicker. Although it's not ending in results in this particular visit.
28.
Needs another treble.
96. 99.
John Worsley edging towards a finish.
59.
It's not been a swashbuckling leg, this one, but effective so far.
May not be the best leg, but it may well be one of the biggest. As far as John Worsley's concerned, because that max
180.
puts him on to 54 after 12, and it may well put him one leg away.
Almost identical to the last leg. When he needed a big
59.
visit
John, you
on the
require
setup,
54.
he delivered.
It's 2 in hand at tops.
Game shot
Only
on the
needs a
fourth leg.
14 darter. John Worsley has moved into a 3-1 lead here against Jim Meyer. And the man who, up until
Fifth leg,
this
it's
point, has
Jim to
previously
throw
been
first.
unbeaten, may
Game
well
on.
be staring down the barrel of defeat for the first time today.
Yeah. Here's Worsley about to congest Group C.
140. 137.
About to shine. Big
100.
last start there from Meyer. That treble was needed.
That is sat perfectly. Begging for a max.
140.
Fabulous reply.
140.
And look at the 25 and bull here.
36.
So
Jim, you
6
require
for Meyer to keep this game
121.
alive.
Yeah, I don't think John got his equations right there.
97.
So double 12 after 12 for Meyer to pull one back. This wasn't really the battle for John Worsley, this particular leg. He'll have the darts in the next to
94.
get the job done.
Jim, you require 24.
So to cut the gap, double 12 for Meyer.
Game shot
Double
the
12
fifth
is
leg.
Fan. Second
Jim
dart,
Meyer.
back to 3-2. But this is the leg for both players. Worsley looking to
Six leg.
serve
It's
it
John
out.
to throw first.
Meyer
Game
needs
on.
to make an assault on this.
So, Worsley here. Looking to clear for a max now.
140.
If Meyer does take us all the way to a last leg decider, it won't actually matter what happens in that decider in terms of topping the table overnight, because he would do so no matter what, even if Will Grundy got the better of Tom Becker in the final match of the session.
$139.
This needs to be big.
80.
It's never a good time for a bounce out, but that's one of the worst.
Especially now.
100.
Worsley is going to get the opportunity to get the game done on 1-2-2, but under how much pressure? Needs to crowbar another in.
100.
He can't, and so
John,
it's 6 of the match for Worsley.
122.
Does he go the 18s route? Yes.
Well, at least Jim May is finding the funny side of it.
41.
And the fact that Jim Meyer's not on a finish, did John Worsley need to chase that treble 18? Would it have been better throwing it an open bed to tee up a target? 'Cause I don't think he'd have gone for the ball.
100. John, you require 81.
Was it a bit of habit there? Is it going to be a dart of the ball that wins it for Worsley?
Game,
It
shot,
is the ball
and
that
the
wins
match,
it for
John
Worsley.
Worsley.
And the one ball makes up ground in the group. He gets the better of Jim Mayer by 4 legs to 2. And the man who was previously unbeaten in Group C succumbs to his first loss of the group to John Worsley. A 90 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Getting it done on the bull, on the back of an 81 checkout. Coming up after the break is a big game for Adam Mould and Chris Wickenden just to keep up ground in the group. They go toe-to-toe after this.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and how one result can open the group right up, because before the break, John Worsley got the better of the previously unbeaten John Mayer by 4 legs to 2, and that now means that things are going to congeal very closely in the group. Next up for us, Chris Wickenden in action up against Adam Moll. The victor of this one will move on to 4 points and put themselves into a position to pounce overnight. For Adam Moll, he's played some good stuff today. Hasn't quite harbored the results. Timing maybe at times a little bit off. As for Chris Wickenden, well, he got off to a little bit of a slow start, but then
First leg, it's Adam to throw
with
first.
John Worsley
Game
by
on.
4 legs to 2 last time out. What are we expecting from this one, Phil?
I'm hoping to see the Adam Mould we saw earlier on. That it's more a complete performance. We've seen spells from
140.
him, but I think that he has to win this game to keep his hopes alive. Otherwise, tomorrow there's added pressure because he's got no wiggle room. If he loses this, he's probably going to have to go through the card tomorrow, which, looking at this group, that's a difficult ask. So I think Adam Mould has to win this.
41.
As far as the odds compilers are concerned, Adam Moll went off the comprehensive 8 to 15 favourite. Chris Wickenden went off at 11 to 8. Remember, begambleaware.org and 18 plus if you're having a bet on the MODUS Super Series today.
131.
I'm just thinking that if Adam Mould wins this one,
145.
that Rob Grundy's probably going to beat Tom Becker, in my opinion. So he's still going to have to make up 4 points.
100. Christian required
So
150.
a defeat here, he's got to make up 6. That's tough.
You're the only one who thinks that. Tom Becker's 4 to 1 with the bookies to beat Rob Grundy in the next match.
87. Adam, you require 89.
89 for Mould to hold in the opener. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand. A double
Aim shot on the
16.
first leg.
Only needs the
Adam
1.
Mould.
Well, it's not for the first time today that Adam Mould starts a game with a 14-dart leg. In fact, he's done it in back-to-back matches.
Second
He leads
leg, it's
1-0.
Chris to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and I just get the sense, looking at that shot that we got of Adam Mould, he knows that he's played well today, but also blown opportunities that he's created himself.
134.
If this was a school report, he's probably a C+. Good, but could do better.
60.
Adam talks too much in class.
That sounds familiar.
100.
Yeah, don't forget the days of getting kicked out of class. Put it that way.
131.
History is usually the one who got kicked out of.
$140.
It's been a good response here, though, from Wickenden, losing the opener, but he's bounced back with visits of 134, ton 140 to leave 127 after 9.
100. Christian required 127.
He's got 6 from here to level up.
Or do we get a 127 in game?
127.
Game
And
shot on the
game,
second
yeah, that's
leg.
brilliant for Chris Wickenden
Wickenden
to level up at 1-2 at 1 apiece. The 127 and game levels things up.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first.
That was absolutely
Game
excellent
on.
from Chris Wickenden.
Yeah, 12 dart leg, 127 in game.
85.
Well, it is nearly Blackpool week.
Can't wait for the M6 tomorrow.
Spaghetti Junction.
100.
Mind you, at least you have a nice run up the A34 to start.
96.
Needs to find a treble to keep
59.
that pressure on. These two going at it here. Fabulous contest so far.
96.
Just getting a feeling that Adam Mould is bringing the best out of people today.
He won't be thinking that's a good thing, but for us and the viewers,
140.
it is.
Oh, carry on. We love the drama. And the drama continues tonight because our Group B action is going to be
45.
getting underway from 10 o'clock this evening on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel as well as Sporty Stuff TV. And we're going to see the arrivals to the week of Darren Johnson, Martin Turner and Darryl Pilgrim, who's the 5-2 favourite to go and win the week. He's going to be joined by Davy Kerwin and Steve Brown from Group A.
$128.
But
Christian requires 62.
break opportunity here for Wickenden. It's going to be another dart at double 16.
30.
This time it's not his friend,
require 51.
like it has been earlier on.
And so Mould comes back for 51. He comes back for a dart at double 16. He does not like the lie at all.
35.
Had to move across. He
Christian requires
over-adjusted.
32.
And so Wickenden comes back for the target Mould's just missed.
Game
He
shot
finds
the
a
third
double eight.
leg.
He
Chris
leads 2-1.
Wickenden.
He's averaging 105.
But more importantly,
Fourth leg, it's Chris to
it's a
throw
break or
first.
throw.
Game on.
Adam Mould is up against it here. And you can see by the look on his face that he's played brilliantly today.
85.
He must be feeling as sick as a chip right now. Because he has
57.
played some superb darts over the course of the day. And it looks like all it's going to muster is a couple of points potentially.
$38.
Mind you, it must be soul destroying for Adam Mould right now.
81.
Knowing that you are playing so well, but you just can't buy a win with those performances.
And in some ways, you can actually feel harder on yourself because you played well but haven't conjured up the victories. Psychologically, you can actually go the other way.
$45.
Was that a mini white flag wave? Does that open up the door for Wickenden now to conjure up that 3-1 advantage? Back the break up which he accrued in the previous leg.
85.
Big last dart to leave himself on a finish. Mould needs the lot. Doesn't get the lot. And so Wickenden 6 from here to put himself a leg
94.
away.
Christian required 153.
This is a nice finish, though, because it doesn't leave a bullseye at the end of it. Treble 20, treble 19, double 18 would have been the route.
99.
Well, he's just got to go big and then hope that there's a couple of mistakes on Chris Wickenden here.
140.
Forces Wickenden to take the
Christian
54.
required 54.
14 and tops. There's part 1. Part 2 bends the wire
14.
and then goes the wrong side.
you
Is this the
require
lifeline
84.
that Adam Mould needed?
And Pugs may not be looking so smug if Mould can find the double 12 to get the break back. Double 6.
Game
It's
shot on the
hit.
fourth leg.
And we're back to
Adam
2-2.
Mould.
We're back on throw. And Mould is back in business.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
You look
Game
back
on.
at big moments in games. That second dart that Chris Wickenden threw that bent the wire at tops, there was nothing wrong with that at all. And when it left his hand,
60.
he probably felt it was in.
He's going to have to do all the hard work
100.
all over again.
83.
It's a
140.
huge visit there from Chris Wickenden. Adam Mould needs a reply
140.
and does.
But Wickenden has still stolen the darts. And is making headway.
100.
He's himself on a finish. But how handy can Mould leave this? Can Mould leave something?
54. Chris, you
He's
require
himself on a finish.
161.
Wickenden first poke at the 161.
I raised the eyebrow, I said it all.
81. Adam, you require
That's the one thing we've been devoid
164.
of today is a huge monster finish. We're not going to get one here. Cryer, come on, Mouldy.
44.
He knows the importance of the
require
next couple of
80.
seconds as Wickenden comes back for 80 for the break of throw and a 3-2 lead. He's going to get 2 at double 10. 5 to get the break back. And
Game
it's
shot on
fouled
the
by
fifth
Chris
leg.
Wickenden.
Chris
A
Wickenden.
15-dart break of throw to lead 3-2. And he is a leg away from moving on to 4 points. And from
Sixth leg,
leaving
it's Chris
Adam
to throw
Mould
first. Game on.
stuck in a rut on 2.
Another twist, another turn in match 14.
45.
Will we have another?
What more drama could you possibly want, Phil?
57.
It's always drama at the Super Series.
Mind you, that was probably the wrong person to ask that question of drama. Phil?
Don't know what about hemorrhage. Keep my head down and get on with it.
100.
10 days in Blackpool is going to be drama-free.
134.
Well, you bring me back a fridge magnet, I don't mind.
$96.
And the good thing about the Super Series is, in between your match play viewing, you can, well, you have your daytime
100.
fix. And then after the session's done on the Thursday and Friday, you can come and join us. We're going to reveal the lineup soon enough for next week. It's quite good.
81.
We'll reveal that later on tonight, and it's a very good week 11. Some big
40.
names entering the fray is all I'm going to say. That's your little tease.
$59. Adam, you require 170.
The fish to save it. It's not going to happen, and so Wickenden looking to climb the ladder towards success.
22.
120 for the
Chris, you
match.
require 120.
And to condemn Adam Mould to just 2 points from his day. There's the first rung. There's the second step. Can he climb the ladder?
80.
Not this time.
Adam, you require 148.
But it's going to have to be a roof raiser. It's not going to go. So now Adam Mould is relying
128.
on Chris
Chris, you
Wickenden
require
missing.
40.
Tops to seal a 4-2 victory.
Game, shot,
Tops
and the
is
match.
hit.
Chris Wickenden.
Chris Wickenden, a 4-2 winner over Adam Mould, doubling his points tally, taking him to 4 in Group C. But coming up after the break, can Rob Grundy join Jim Mayer at the top of the table as he takes on Tom Becker?
final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final game of the session is about to begin. Rob Grundy taking on Tom Becker. Grundy debutant here today in Group C, and he's had a very good start to proceedings. 6 points from his 4 matches so far, and he takes on Tom Becker, who's had his struggles at times today. But let's talk about Rob Grundy. Phil Barr's with me here in the commentary box, and well, he's had quite the debut day, hasn't he, in the competition?
Yeah, completely. We said coming into it that
First
playing
leg,
here on
it's Tom
debut
to throw
can be
first.
difficult because you don't
Game
know
on.
where things are, how things are done, but he's taken to it absolutely superbly, and a victory here would give him a share of the overnight lead.
Yeah, him and Jim Mayer would be the 2 players prized at the
60.
top of the table.
Yeah, and I've just been impressed with his game. It's solid. It may not be spectacular, but he plays at a level that's hard to beat if someone else isn't playing well.
122.
Of course, we saw him go 6 into the 9 as well. So there's a player there, but just needs to
100.
sharpen up at times on the outer ring. That's the one thing I'd probably say, that his doubling hasn't been as good as what he'd want. But on debut, I'm sure if you'd have said 4 wins from 5, he'd have
100.
been over the moon with that.
First day, I think for him, probably more than anything, would have just been settle in, keep yourself in the fray, attack tomorrow. Well, he's definitely in the fray. Or he could be top, depending on the margin of victory.
140.
But this has been a better start from Tom Becker.
It is, but his throw's still under pressure, even though it's been a better start.
60. $123. $99.
Becker.
Tommy requires 78.
78 after 12. But then doesn't get a dart at a double from the
38.
78, and
Robbie requires
they're the mistakes that he has to
120.
eradicate.
Well, Rob Grundy had a 104 that changed the game against Chris Wickenden. Is he going to kickstart for 120 that could change proceedings? He hates that line. It's pitched above. There's no use there. Does he consider bull here?
He's either got to go left-hand side or bull. That's literally just clattered off the flight.
88. Tommy requires 40.
He's tried to go to the right-hand side of it, but on the way through, big moments here. This has to go last start
30.
and doesn't.
Robbie required 32.
So Grundy comes back for double 16 for the break of throw in the opening leg. Becker's had his chances. He couldn't convert. And Grundy
Game shot on
steps
the
in.
first leg.
17
Rob
dart
Grundy.
start. The breaker throw and a 1-0 lead for Rob Grundy.
Second leg, it's Rob to throw first.
Penny
Game
for
on.
the thoughts of that man in your picture now.
Again, because of the way his darts land,
93.
chase him around the board because of blocked beds.
$121.
Can he just plonk one on the top of that dart too?
45.
No is the answer. So there's an opportunity here for Tom Becker to steal the darts and try and get that break back.
92.
Well, this is as good as we've seen Tom play all day at the minute.
Sometimes that happens when you're just playing with a little bit of freedom, as if to say, okay, it's not been my day. Let's write today off and go again tomorrow.
55.
And that release, the shoulders become loose, and you just play your natural game.
$42. $100.
Again, just little shots like that shows Rob's not played
100.
maybe at the elite level, because a treble 20 there would have left a bogey number.
There's a lot there, but a lot to learn. I think that's the
140.
assessment
Tommy
that we're
Mackay,
getting from Rob Grundy today.
146.
He's going to come back for 68 in a 2-0 lead.
38. Robbie requires 68.
This is for 2-0. 16 for double. One dart, double 16.
52.
Just come inside.
Tommy required 108.
And so Becker is back for 108.
$76.
Dart 2 was fantastic, the way he's gone over
Robbie requires
the
16.
marker but can't convert. So Grundy coming back to double his lead. That looks a good guide.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-0
Rob Grundy.
to the man from Hartlepool. He's halfway to taking a share of the
Third
Group
leg,
C
it's Tom
lead
to throw
overnight.
first. Game on.
2-0 up in Hartlepool. Hasn't been something they've heard about too much recently. Not to bring the football up.
99.
They'll be back in the Vanarama this season, Hartlepool United. One 0 4-1 victory for Rob Grundy.
59.
He would be the table topper overnight. And would play Tom Becker in the first game of tomorrow's action. And so would have the opportunity to really take command of the group.
85.
Needs to find those scoring boots again here, though. He's just dropped off a little bit.
60.
Tom Becker's thinking, just give me a nice, comfortable holder throw.
83.
So I can grow into this game. Just give me something to work with. That's a perfect first start. He's not used it.
140.
Did with dart 3. And all of a sudden, He's back breathing down Becker's neck.
There's suddenly a different complexion to proceedings.
60. $60.
174 for Becker. How handy can he leave this? Needs a treble.
100.
Finds a treble. Down to a 2 dart combination. Can Grundy pressure it?
$58. Tommy requires
Not really
74.
is the answer. So 74, 14s. Single 20 for tops. And he's missed the big number.
34.
And is Grundy
Robbie
going to punish to the hilt?
124.
Fourteens. The treble leads double 11 for a 3-0 lead, and the double breaker throw
102.
doesn't go, and so Becker
Tommy
needs to
required
take this
40.
double top this time of asking.
Can he use that as a guide?
20.
No is the answer, and the writing looks to be on the
Robbie
wall.
required 22.
Double 11 for 3-0.
Game
Double
shot on the
11
third leg.
is hit.
Rob Grundy.
Rob Grundy is a leg away from going top of the table.
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
The double breaker crude. He has the darts in the fourth to get over the line.
$41.
But he starts dry in the fourth.
$95. $140.
Time 40 for Grundy. He's edging ever closer now towards the finishing line.
$63.
Reminder that we're going to be back at 10 o'clock this evening for the beginning of Group B. And, well,
60.
our lineup tonight features the 5-2 favourite to win the week, Dal Pilgrim, in action. He's going to be joined by Darren Johnson and Martin Turner, Davy Kerwin and Steve Brown will be joining from Group A. I hope you can join us from 10 o'clock. Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. If you are tuning in to us from there, don't forget to give us
100.
a subscribe on top of the action we bring to you 6 days a week. Highlights of every single session, bonus behind the scenes content as well. Plenty to keep you in tune with here on the MODUS Super
85.
Series YouTube channel.
Robbie required 160.
So to get it done for Rob Grundy, 160. Not this time, and well, he gives himself a bit of a beration for that particular effort.
140.
But that's a good setup.
Tommy required 118.
But is 118 the number that gets Becker back in the match? Tops for Tom.
98.
But it doesn't go. And so
Robbie
Grundy comes
required
back for double
20.
10 to get the job done and to seal a 4-0 success.
Game,
And Rob
shot,
Grundy,
and
the
match.
debutant,
Rob
goes top of the
Grundy.
table overnight. He gets the better of Tom Becker by 4-0. And it is the man from Hartlepool who rises all the way to the summit. And look at what it means to him. An 82.36 average, 4 out of 9 when it came to the doubling. It has been a fantastic Thursday for for Rob Grundy. He's a 4-0 victor then against Tom Becker. He's the man at the top of the table overnight. Let's get the thoughts and analysis of Phil Bars upstairs with Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, a really interesting day in this group. Maybe, Phil, not the way that many people thought it would have gone.
No, it didn't. It's been kind of thrown upside down from what we thought, but it's been thrilling, it's been compelling, and it's all to play for tomorrow.
We'll recap the results for you. That last one there for Rob Grundy, 4-0 against Tom Becker. Look at the start of the day. Becker went down 4-0 as well. Adam Mould, then you'd have thought that he might have a good day and maybe go through the card, but it hasn't turned out that way.
It hasn't, but he can be encouraged by the performances. He's produced some good stuff and he's forced others to play very well to beat him. Yes, he's got work to do tomorrow, but if he can replicate that form, it's not a lost cause yet.
The player who's really blown hot and cold today was the pre-group favourite, John Worsley. Now, second favourite to win the week before a dart was thrown on Monday, but we've seen the good, the bad and the ugly, haven't we?
Yeah, very much so, and that's something that we said about his Group A, that although he didn't play well, he still gave himself chances. Today, there was moments of genius, obviously the best average that we've seen this week, but in between it's those dips. If he can get it right, he will push anyone in this group, but it's getting it right consistently that's the issue right now.
We'll chat more about him in a moment, but Rob Grundy is top of the table, and after a brilliant debut day, he's talking to Henry.
Rob, many congratulations. 4 wins from 5. Not a bad way to start.
I'm over the moon. I played some good darts. Obviously lost against Jim, but he played really well, so I'm happy, really happy.
Was that above and in excess of the expectations you set yourself at the start of the day?
No, I set my standards really high. It doesn't always come off, but if you don't set your standards high, then why are you playing the sport? That's how I see it. So, yeah, I'm over the moon.
How did you feel out on that stage, in that environment? Did you feel at home straight away?
No, like here in front of you, I'm really nervous, but it was the same as every competition and tournament I always do. Start off nervous and I just build on that. So hopefully tomorrow nerves will be away and I can start settling down.
And once you start settling down, what can we expect from Rob Grundy tomorrow?
Hopefully an explosion. Hopefully same as what I've been doing there. Tighten up on my doubles. My scoring's always been fantastic, but it's my doubles. But I know that it's a work in progress.
Well, the grenade was firing on all cylinders. Rob, well done.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, really good stuff from Rob Grundy. I know Glenn Durrant, a colleague of ours here at the Super Series, has rated him highly for a while, and he showed that today, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and we spoke about it up here before play, that we looked at his ADC averages. He was 7th overall, averaging just over 84 across those events. So we knew there was a game in there, but coming here on debut is completely different. We've seen established players crumble a little bit on their first day here because they don't know what's going on. It's different playing on that stage, but he took to it so well, and I've been massively impressed with him.
Little chat on the other players. We were talking about John Worsley before. Now, we have seen the worst of him this week at times, but certainly the best of him with one of his performances today when he averaged 105. In fact, the best performance we've seen since Luke Littler smashed that final a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that was the standout, and it just seemed as if he had a different intensity in this game. He threw with a little bit more zip. There was a little bit more pace in the action, and that kind of work, that steely focus in his eyes was here for this one, and he was sensational. 105 average with a 4-0 win.
And beating Jim Mayer later in the day was really, really crucial for John Worsley as well, wasn't it?
Not just John Worsley, I think for the group as a whole as well, because 10 points, you're almost there, especially with everyone else taking points off of everyone. But that win has opened it up, and it keeps him in the race for tomorrow, because he can still make up that gap where if Jim Mayer goes through the card unbeaten, that becomes very difficult. You haven't got a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, and that's 2 days in a row now that Jim has gone 4 out of 5. Even though he did that yesterday, it kind of went unnoticed because he ended up in Group C, but he's followed it up today. Yeah,
he's looked brilliant. He's grown into the week that he's just got better and better as it's gone on. And today, he's put himself in a huge place in this table and a great opportunity to try and get to Saturday night's final, which would be a massive statement for him and for ADC Europe, of course.
Is there a danger, however, that he's timed these 2 days wrong? Because it didn't really get him anything yesterday, hasn't got him anything yet, and that last result puts Worsley back in the picture.
Yeah, quite possibly. I could fully agree with you there, because you'd rather have this day tomorrow and get there where you've got 2 players in Rob Grundy who's looked solid all day, and the one person that could go through the card tomorrow is John Worsley, because he has such a high ceiling, and if he does that, he'd probably get there. So look, Jim Mayer will be over the moon, but still work to do tomorrow. Has to come here with that same attitude and that same philosophy that he did today and yesterday.
Well, let's just show you the table to illustrate where things stand at the halfway stage. Grundy top of it, actually, by winning 4-0. He's gone ahead of Mayer in leg difference, but Worsley right on the shoulder. Chris Wickenden probably doesn't feel like he played as well as Adam Mould, but he's the one that's still got half a chance. You'd have to say the bottom two are probably out of it.
Probably, look, if Adam Mould is to gate crash the party, he's going to have to be perfect tomorrow. 5 from 5 is the only option for him. Chris Wigginen, we spoke about him, that early on, he was a little bit inconsistent, but got better as the day went on. And we saw him grow in confidence as well. Sometimes you just need that first win to settle everything down, which he's got there from that table. So, Mould, outside chance, Wickenden still in the hump, but you're looking at the top 3 realistically for those 2 spots.
Yeah, only 2 go through from this group, 3 go through from Group B, and we can take a look at all of the groups for this week. Rennie Idem's already through from Group A. The rest of the players dispersed into the other 2 groups, and Group B getting underway tonight. Darren Johnson, Daryl Pilgrim, who is the favourite to win the week, Martin Turner, and Brown and Kerwin, who finished 2nd and 3rd in Group A. Yeah,
look, Daryl Pilgrim's in that conversation along who's the best player, not to have a scorecard. For me, he's certainly in the top 5 of that group. How you order them is up to you, but I'm looking forward to seeing him back here. I thought Steve Brown got better and better as the week went on as well. I'm looking forward to him as well, but it's a really intriguing group, a really open group. And tonight, I think they'll all beat each other, and I think it'll be all to play for tomorrow.
Well, we will find out how it lies tonight. 10 p.m. we return here on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the start of Group B even, which features a player nicknamed the Mutts Nuts. Let's hope it's the Dogs. Bye-bye.
For this one.
First leg, it is Leonard to throw first. Can we have the very best of order, please? Game on.
Our referee, Justin Bradshaw. Hardly put a foot wrong this evening. All good referees, you don't even notice they're there.
What was it we said last night, Scotty? They should be heard and not seen.
All referees should be heard and not seen, I agree.
96. $140. 58.
Bates there hitting an 18. A little bit more board management so that if he does manage a 180 here, he will find himself on a finish.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot already this week. His board management is excellent.
58.
He's always thinking about what he's doing.
To be honest, the young man's made me think about what I actually do. If I'm totally honest, he's some of the ways bamboozle me, and some of them make absolute perfect sense.
100.
Unfortunately for Bates, one treble there's not enough to get him down for a finish. So Gates is going to have 6 darts from this 116. 57 for tops, finds it.
76.
Not able to find the tops though.
Both these players have their eyes on the prize. It's just about who wants it more.
140.
Yeah, great darts there from Bates, putting that pressure on Gates here.
That's game shot and the first leg.
No pressure for
Leonard
Gates.
Gates.
And more importantly, good hold.
Second leg, it's Owen to throw first. Game on.
What he's been doing all week when he's had the darts.
100.
He's really done well at the gates, holding his own throw and giving himself a base to build off of.
Yeah, well, if he can play well on his own throw, it makes him incredibly difficult to break throw on.
100.
Which is what Bates does need to do if he's any chance to win this match.
100. 100.
A steady exchange of tons so far.
$100.
Quite easy for our referee, Justin Bradshaw, at the minute, isn't it? Ton after ton after ton.
Absolutely, and Aaron Bates showed there that he was happy with his ton.
121.
Gates just stepped it up a little there. But Bates will be the first one down to a finish. A lovely little 76.
$100.
Yeah, good last start there from Gates. You could see he
76.
needed to stay on the 20s, but he needed to find an angle to stop the other darts being a preventative issue. And it's tops for Bates to go 1-1.
Leonard, you require 80.
Doesn't find it, so gives Gates the opportunity for a 2-0 lead if he can take out this 80. Now he's going to have 2 darts at double 10. One dart's all he needs,
and
though,
the
with a
second
clean
leg.
80 finish for Leonard Gates, who now doubles his lead at 2-0. An important break of throw for him. And now has the opportunity to throw for a 3-0 lead.
Game on.
Which will be incredibly difficult for Bates to come back from.
60. $134.
Yeah, great switching from Bates.
He's been like that all week. If he does block the treble 20 early doors in a leg, he is not adverse to moving. And he moves to
100.
much success more often than not.
$140.
Yeah, backs that 134 up with a 140, so gives himself a nice little buffer in this leg so far.
$91.
Good last start there from Leonard. And there's Bates straight back into it again. Can he find a third?
140.
No, just falls short. So Gates needs a treble here to give him a chance to leave a finish. Not a treble one, though.
83.
That'll work.
You require 87.
Leaves himself 167.
More luck than judgment, I think, on that one. It's double 18 now.
That's game shot and the third leg.
Yeah.
Owen Bates.
That was a great leg from Bates there to be able to break straight back.
Fourth leg, it is Owen to throw first.
Giving himself
Game
a bit of a
on.
G up there, saying, come on.
Partisan crowd in this evening.
131. $140.
Yeah, great darts from Gates there as well. Look at this. We're into the fourth leg here.
140.
So far, both players are averaging around that wall. Bates at 105. Gates just below a ton. Fantastic standard we're seeing so far.
It's not often that Gates is outscored, is it?
59.
Has Owen Bates saved his best average till last? We know that he's had a 10-darter in the lowest leg of the week.
60.
We've just seen his 170 being the shot of the week.
Yeah, what has pulled Bates's average down during the week is those missed doubles, chasing the doubles around the board. I mean, if he'd been closing out those doubles in 1-2 darts, he would have averaged over a ton plenty of times during the week so far.
And if he hits this, this is my shot of the week.
145.
That was close. And we know he's already done it once this week. But he'll have the opportunity to clean up the 25 with Gates back on 202.
57. Owen, you require 25.
Generally goes 9 because he likes that side of the board. I think you can see the close in his eyes there. He closed his eyes momentarily when he walked back.
21.
Oh, 2 wires there. Left himself
Leonard,
double 2, which is a little bit tricky, isn't it? And it would not surprise me at all for Leonard to take out the 145. Not going to happen now with that first start, but as I said, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him do it, to be honest.
105.
Yeah, good setup there.
4.
Bit higher.
2.
Oh, and a little bit too high. He was a little bit too cautious with those first 2 darts there, I think. Not wanting to go inside and go up for the double one. But he has
did
been
everything he needed to do, bar hit the double. It's Gates now. He has
game
the same
shot
issue.
and the 4th leg.
But
Leonard
he is
Gates.
very good on that double top, and he is very good under pressure, Bates. Gates.
it was bound to
Fifth leg,
happen
it
at
is
some
Leonard to throw
point during the
first.
match. Yeah,
Game on.
you know, we saw Bates break in the 3rd leg, but Gates has broken straight back. So, as we say, a break's not a break until you can hold. So that was not a break, really, for Bates. So
60.
Gates now with the opportunity to close out this match. God, there's too much Bates and Gates going on here.
Let's just call him Lenny and Owen.
46. 135.
Bates needs to match that. Needs a double treble visit to stay in touch.
85.
Oh, last dart deflection there. Wasn't a poorly thrown darts, just deflected off one of the others and into that 5.
54.
Still a chance to catch. And here he goes.
Needs another treble. and
140.
finds it. So Gates has to hit a treble here. Well, he's found that. Found 2.
125.
Nearly was a 3. And same thing happened with his dart there. It was just deflected.
Snap, I think they used to call that when I was a kid. Exactly the same.
140.
Yeah, good solid darts there.
Leonard, you require 127.
Bullseye for the match.
102.
Oh, and there was only a wire in
Owen, you
that.
require 90.
Safe route, another one of those for Bull. And
That's game
where
shot.
Gates wasn't
And
able
the
to
fifth
do it,
leg.
Bates
Owen
was.
Bates.
What a fantastic bullseye shot there from Owen Bates to keep him in this final, bringing the scoreline back to 3-2.
6th leg, it's Owen to throw first.
And another breaker
Game
throw.
on.
Indeed, who wants the throw? Nobody. Hasn't worked out well for them of late, but this one is.
180.
Well, Bates has to keep his throw this time, because if he doesn't, then he'll be the runner-up, not the winner. And look at this.
180.
180 for 180.
To be fair, the crowd there equally cheered Leonard Gates's 180
Well, everyone
as
loves
they
to see
did
it.
Owen Bates's
85.
180.
And it's the first bit of emotion we've heard from Leonard so far, I think. I'm sure he gave himself a bit of a shout at the end of that.
97.
Could have just been the crowd I was listening to.
Could well have been.
Needs a treble.
60.
Telling himself off there.
Single treble visit here would put the pressure on Bates.
60.
And he hasn't achieved it.
Yeah, but he's still at a finish. I mean, it is a big ask, but completely doable.
Treble 20 here.
140.
Let's see Bates
Leonard, you require
surely
164.
get a go at the outer ring first. And it does. Gates needs another one of those.
60.
I thought the second one was
Owen, you
in.
require 36. Game shot and the set leg to Owen Bates.
Oh, and we've got ourselves a last and deciding leg. And I think that's fitting for this final because this has been of a great standard
Leonard
so far.
to throw first, and we have the very best of order, please. Game on.
They've still managed to keep up with their averages there. Bates just under a ton. Gates just on the 95 there. Fantastic match so far.
Until the semi-finals, that's pretty much been Leonard Gates's
140.
Great start there from Leonard Gates.
$81.
Not the start Bates was looking for, but good recovery on that last start, finding the 57.
140 is only good if he backs this up with a treble 20 of some sort.
60.
And those were three very well thrown darts under the situation. But this is what this young man does.
140.
Well, 6 darts in and we're evenly matched. There's not much in it. 2 treble visit here from Bates is going to see him leave himself a finish.
140.
Superb reply from Leonard Gates.
So a 2 treble visits needed from Bates. Now, oh, not going to find it.
82. Leonard, you require 161.
Disappointed in himself there. So Gates doesn't need to go the bull route on this 161. He can just use this throw to set it up.
97.
Good darts there from Gates.
He should get one dart at double from here, Gates, no matter what Owen Bates does.
174.
Oh, that's fantastic darts from Bates to put the pressure on him here.
Leonard, you require 64.
Another one of those for 32, or is he going to go the 8 tops route?
He's just checking his route. It's double 16 for the match and the title.
32.
He could not get any closer.
There's a match start that's gone begging. So
Owen, you require 24.
Up to Bates now. He's got 3 darts in hand for 24 and the title.
Lovely marker.
Game. Shot. And your week 2 winner of the MODUS Super Series, Owen Bates.
4-3 is Owen Bates. The debutant takes the win this week. He's been there and thereabouts all week. This is a massive bonus. He heads to the Pro Tours tomorrow with massive confidence from winning week 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. He joins John Worsley in finals week. And there is the story of the game. 100 average for Owen Bates. Super stuff in the final. And Leonard Gates not too shabby at all with 94.43.